Right, looks like we are live. May 15th. Fantastic. We're alive. We're alive. Double check. All the broadcasts are running fine. One of YouTube studios here. Running good. This up. Sure it's not running. All right. Like we're good to go. We're gonna do some selling of grain. As everybody knows, we got ourselves some wheat. That taken care of. Wowzers, let's start. All right, let's fill her up. At about 147,000 liters of wheat to sell. Might keep just a wee bit of that, just to make sure we have some for chickens, I guess. I think I do have chickens kicking around somewhere in the farm. Move my chat window over to my second monitor so I can monitor it. There we go. This is all running fine. I think we are. Perfect. Fantastic. Viewers everywhere. If anyone wants music, it's over on Twitch. Join me on Twitch channel. Posted and pinned to the top. Free to join me over there if you wish. Just want the quietness of Farm Sim. By all means, stay on your current broadcast that you're viewing. I'm gonna fill this up. Wheat sold. I'm probably going to fast forward the day as well. Shortly. Some of the songs on repeat. Yeah. Yep, song. There we go. So I did this on the last live stream. So we're just gonna take it down to, I think it's Cargill. Estelle. Once that's done, we will be looking at probably some field work, I guess. We'll see. Field work for sure. On the way. Away cap. We'll also be buying some more equipment, perhaps. I might end up selling the truck just so that I've got a faster truck. We'll see. We'll see what we're going to be dealing with here. It's hard to say. I've already sleep triggered because I was, evening. Decided to go and switch to the day, so we're at like 8 a.m. Head down to Cargill. I'll have to be careful when I enter the yard. The gate system is a little tight. So, because yesterday, the last live stream, I was trying to get in there and, well, didn't go very well. I got stuck on the gate. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. Hello, Xander. Welcome in. How are you today? Glad to have you here. This map's on the mod hub, by the way. You can play it on PC, play it on PlayStation. Should be available for people. This is Farming Simulator 25. So it's a farming game. Farming simulator. Yep. Enjoy live streaming this from time to time. Had to hit her up and put her rip. Yep. It's a lot of fun, especially if you like agriculture and simulation games. So if that's your thing, you might want to try it out. I think I've been live streaming Farming Simulator, just Farming Simulator in general for, I don't know, what, 3 years now? 3 or 4. I started off with Farming Simulator 19 and then moved on to Farming Simulator 22. We're on 25. Is it your dream job? Yeah. Well, if you want a kind of a bit of an experience, you can try Farm Sim. Or there's also American Truck Simulator too. A lot of people that enjoy that. Okay, this is where my problem is. This yard is a bit small. 2 trailers. See how well I do. Shifting gears here. I can get into this part, but the problem is right over here. So like go really, really wide. Rain yard is over here. These 2 posts here. I think I might do it this time. Just keep straight. Ah, dang. Yeah. Wait. Let's try going. Nope. Work. American Truck Simulator, my dream game. Yep. Trucks are really hard to drive. Yes, they are. Just like what I'm dealing with right now. Especially if you got more than one trailer. Might have to detach again. Back cab. Train stop. Try this again. Eat it this. I think we're fine now. All right. It varies. Um, not always. Sometimes I get one viewer, and then sometimes I get other viewers. So, and not all my viewers are on what you're watching. I have some people on Twitch, and I have some people on my vertical. So on YouTube, I'm live streaming probably two live streams. So you're probably on one of them. So I multi-stream. So it just depends on where people go. I'm stuck. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm stuck in the mud. Problems with this the last live stream. But thank you for the live stream. Glad to have you here. I do farming simulator. Sometimes I do weather games too. So just random. I think this is stuck because it's very rutted. I think I got too much weight. I'm gonna try one more go at it. This is why I need to get rid of the truck. I have to get a new truck. Just too much weight. Oh. I get all sorts of people. The other thing too is I haven't live streamed for nearly 2 weeks. There's that. And I started my live stream ahead of schedule. So it's scheduling, not maintaining a schedule. Oh. So people usually just jump in when they can. So and most of the people that usually watch my live stream are like in Europe. So it's still a little early. I'll probably get people coming in from Australia and New Zealand at some point. I think I gotta hit. It's important to remain consistent, and I'm not very consistent. Oh, it said it's available on pretty much quite a few platforms. It's on Steam. It's also on Twitch, or sorry, I mean on Xbox, PlayStation. All right, back up here. Did I get it all out? No, I didn't. Whoop. I'm gonna sell this truck here. It's on Mac as well. You can play it on Macintosh PC. I don't have a Mac though. I have a Windows PC. I've heard people even use the Steam Deck as well, the handheld Steam Deck. And they've played it on there. They have a version, a copy of the Steam copy. Same version. I think I'm stuck again. Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely selling this truck. I hope. I'm gonna go over here. Yeah. I gotta get enough money though to buy one now. A new truck. Oh, go this way. Or maybe I should go in the middle. Yeah, I'm gonna go through the middle. There's a boat. Probably over here. Yeah, that's better. The rest of it is just torn up, beaten up ground. All right. Yes, I do play other games from time to time. I have done Where Winds Meet, which is a Chinese game similar to Assassin's Creed in a way. So I've played that. Man, I'm stuck again. And I play World of Warcraft. Done that. What else have I? Bus Simulator and Dune Awakening. I've done that game. Hogwarts. I've streamed that too. I haven't played Hogwarts. Really don't like this round. Stuck the truck. Gonna definitely have to buy a truck. Yes. Go this way. There we go. That was painful. Completely painful. Just dump this here. I think I might have done a bit of Star Wars The Old Republic at one point. What else? Starfield. Played that. Just depends on how I feel. That's empty. I got about 210, 9. So probably should be able to buy another truck. Get this out of here. All right. Well, take care there, Xander. We'll see you in the next one. And thank you for the sub, by the way. All right. Well, we'll see you then. This. Yeah, that did not go very well. Yeah, I'm definitely buying a different truck. Let me see what's in the store for trucks. There's a Mack. I might buy a Volvo. Anything on sale? Right. Let's go over here. I have this one. Yeah, that's gotta get sold. I'm gonna buy a Volvo or Mercedes, I think. Scrolling. I'll buy a Mercedes, I think. Like the color. I switched the color to darker blue. That's better. It's a bit more expensive than then. That's fine. Hit buy. Hopefully I didn't have to upgrade my... Right. Get rid of this truck. My new truck should be pretty close. Oh. Somewhere parked over here. There it is. Gotta figure out where I'm going to sell this. Right over here. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, if you guys want music, you can hit the link at the top. It'll take you over to Twitch. But if you just want to hear the ambience of the game and talk, stay on YouTube. I'll grab this. Oh, this feels much better. The interesting audio effect of the truck. This feels like it's a lot faster as well. Don't really have to worry about shifting too much. I don't think you would have this truck on Western Australia. I don't know if they have any Volvos. But, alright. But anyways, what I'm going with. Let's head back to the yard. We'll have to get some more wheat to sell. Oh. I might... yeah. This is going to be a problem. I'm challenged. You can expect to hit the fence a few times, especially if you use the trailer that's provided. Oh, and the stop signs. Yeah, they're a bit solid too. All right, let's go. We'll make our way down here. A sip of my coffee. So it's been a while since I live streamed. So good to be back. A little farming. We're encroaching on summer, which is fantastic. At least in the northern hemisphere. And then I think in Australia, New Zealand, and South America, you guys are hitting up with, what is it? Winter? Hopefully it won't be too nippy. So all set for summer, not too shabby. We had a bit of rain yesterday, which is welcomed. I think I have to turn. This filled up. Get more wheat in here and then we'll sell it. Hopefully I can scoop. lost. Oh, knew this was going to happen. I might even sell the trailers, upgrade the trailers too. Something else, maybe. We will see. Hello, Kiwi. Welcome in. I'm experiencing some trailer problems. Everybody should go and visit Kiwi's channel. You like Farm Sim? There's some fantastic farming simulator gameplay sessions. So his channel has just been linked in there. So go ahead and hit the link and say hello. Having some problems with the trailers here. I'm going to be getting rid of these trailers, I think. Not getting underneath the trigger, I don't think either. That's from my first harvest. There we go. Oh, I only got 67,000 left. Yikes. Oh, you are very welcome, sir. I've even got your mug here, by the way. Got a bit of coffee. All filled up. Keep me, I don't know, caffeinated for the live stream, I suppose. I might be able to leave the second trailer here. Actually, I'll take it down and sell it, maybe. To figure out what I want to do. Is there any more in there? Pull ahead here. No, no. I might be out. Oh, I got 27,000 left. I have to use both trailers by the looks of it. Oh my gosh. All 4 of them. Welcome in, Jody. Glad to have you here. I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself? All right, let's go here. I don't have the beam tracker on, so kind of wing it here. We're gonna get this all sold here. Guess I won't have any for chicken or chickens. I don't have any chickens yet, but it's okay. I'm driving on the proper side of the road, I guess. Moving along here. Yep. I'm gonna take each trailer in one by one. I'm not doing very well getting through the goal posts, as I'm gonna call them, posts on each side. Keep on hitting them. And then I will get rid of these trailers and buy something else, I think. Oh yeah, today's Friday. So for you. Friday comes for me tomorrow. Still on Thursday. For one more day. So do you have to work Saturdays? As you said, you need to work at least one more day. And how's the weather down there, by the way? Is it like nippy? Must be starting to get a little cooler in the evenings, shorter evening. We're starting to get a little warmer. Here. our farmers have been out like preparing the fields and stuff like that. So. Oh, and by the way, you know, I might try tomorrow. We have Adam Sandler in Chilliwack, where I live. He's shooting a movie, and Willem Dafoe. So apparently they're doing a movie production. That's one thing I don't talk about Chilliwack very much. We do get a lot of you know, film industry in my city, medium-sized city. Pull ahead here. Select just here. Oh, I get Saturday and Sundays off. Oh, okay. Are you still working then? Or you must be at the end of the your day is done, right? Go in here. Oh, give me a sec here. I think I'm hearing something in the background. Okay, I'm back. Had to go fishing for a rack. You know how you get those racks that go inside the oven? It fell in behind the stove, or sorry, in behind the fridge. So go fish it out. Dang things. That. Go sell this. On the stream to say hi. 0 degrees centigrade, but we don't get snow here ever. Does it ever dip below like to -1? Because that's what you really need. You need it to dip, I think, to -1 in order to get snow. Because if it doesn't go below, like if it doesn't go below 0 degrees centigrade, you just won't get snow. Especially if it goes like the -1 or -2. And of course you need whatever precipitation as well. So I don't know if you get that. I have to hit you. Oh. It's tricky, snow business. And then the other thing is you need to maintain, like, there's like usually layers, right? Temperature layers. So it needs to maintain its temperature all the way down. And that can be another challenge all in itself, in my opinion. Like where I live, we're like at, what is it? Like at sea level or just below sea level or above, below or above. We're like just smack dab right there. So it can be a bit challenging for us to get snow, at least specifically where I am anyways. Okay, where's the sell thing? Yeah, there it is. Let's try to sell this trailer. We'll buy a new one. Dump this right here. Okay, so that's probably part of the problem. So during the day, it just jacks right up to 10 degrees, right? So if it continues that pattern through your winter season, yeah, it's just, you're just not going to get the snow. Because I think what happens is that you still have during the day that one thermal layer, right? That was there during the day. I have to empty this out. I'm going the wrong way. So at nighttime, your ground will warm up to what, 10 degrees Celsius, right? And then at night, even though the wind is cool, that hot air will rise from the ground and create its own thermal layer at probably, we'll say about half of that, 5 degrees Celsius. So then it warms your precipitation as it's coming down. So that's probably the problem, or why you probably don't get snow. I only know that because we have those issues in Chilliwack, because sometimes we're not always consistently below 0. A lot of the time, like this particular year, we've had similar temperature fluctuations like what you're experiencing, where it's like going from below 0 to, you know, plus 10, right? So, but if it remains at 0 or below 0 or maybe plus 1 throughout the day, then you would get snow. At 10 plus 10, no, it just won't work. So I understand. I like this Volvo truck noise. All right, let's go this way. But we didn't get any snow this winter, so because we're just too hot, and it's what is it, El Nino? So it's going to be a really hot summer. Plus, we've already had fire problems, so our fire season has already started. which is weird. So Cultist Lake has had a fire problem, which probably burned several hectares of forest, I think. I don't know. So we're expecting a lot. I'm going to sell this one too. I can buy a new trailer. I'm at 250. Let's buy a new trailer. Truck trailer. Here. So I probably had the Load King. We have this Load King as well. How much does that hold? 51,000? Bunch of other Superior end dumps. Another Load King. What do I want to have for a trailer? Superior end dump. 34 foot. 40 foot. 48 foot. Super B. Try this one. Buy this one's standard cover. Two axles. If I want that many axles, oh, that one. Sidewalls. Running light. I like lights. Rear lights. Oh, we can get rear lights. Reflectors. Middle mud guards. Attachers. Hitch. I guess I like to have a hitch just in case I want to get a trailer. But that's going to cost me 106. I still am maintaining a profit here. Good. There it is. All right, new truck, new trailer. I'll probably have to make some more trips. Because I don't have the same capacity, but at least I won't have to worry about getting stuck much, maybe. And it's nice and shiny. All right, so that'll work. Okay. So, yeah, you probably almost got the same climate as I do, by the sounds of it. Sorta. Mind you, New Zealand is an island country, and it's split into 2 islands, so you probably have more island weather than what I would have. I think probably Vancouver Island might be a little bit closer to what you might have to deal with, but I've never been to Vancouver Island, so somewhat close, I would say. Do you guys have wheat? I'm kind of curious. That's a good question. I have to ask that question. If you have wheat on the North Island. If you're at the, well, might actually have wheat. have to ask that question because we can't grow wheat right where I am, at least in my biome in Canada. Because asking that question is very important, because then it would probably throw out what I had just said about having a similar climate. Because if you grow wheat, then that means you've got an entirely different biome. Okay, here we are. Let's just try driving this around here. Oh, that's interesting. Just flips up like that. This works out great. That does that automatically, by the way. Retracts the cover like that. That's interesting. Do I have anything else in here? Nope. Oh. Right. I can probably park this. We have some wheat in there. I'm probably going to say that. Maybe I can still have chickens. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I got a John Deere on the farm. I'm going to be selling it at some point when I get a little bit richer, though. Because I'm not a fan of I'm not a John Deere fan. But I'm working with what I got here. Move this truck over. Park this over here. You're gonna be like, no, you got a John Deere. I'm gonna keep it for a while anyways until I can sell it. Need more money. This over here. We have wheat, lots of maize, and market gardens, grapes, citrus, apples, and of course kiwi fruit. Okay. So maybe not the exact same biome as what I have where I live. We just get way too much rain in Chilliwack. Ooh, that was a large clunk. So we're kind of out on that. I'm certain parts of Canada, because we're a large country, probably has the same biome as yours. But not quite Chilliwack, though. Yeah, I know. I'm getting rid of that as soon as I'm definitely getting rid of it. I don't want the John Deere. Once I get a little bit more money, I'm trying to be a bit conservative. I do have a money crop though. I have soybean and I have canola, so I can sell those at some point. I just dump this in here because this is going to be for my chickens, I guess. If I do decide to get any. See how this dumps here. I'm going to raise up to be mindful of that. Classed as subtropical. Okay. What about the southern island? Is it in the same, like, kind of zone? Or is that too far south? Because if it's too far south, you probably can't get your tropical fruits in the southern island, right? It probably might be able to still do wheat, I imagine. But because your northern island is northern, closer to the, you call it the equator, you're probably going to get, of course, your citrus there, but the southern island is too far south. It probably wouldn't be able to handle citrus. Okay, what am I going to do now? To figure out what we're doing here. We got canola. We have that. Let's just take a look at our equipment over here. Probably need a I have this. I probably need to do some plowing. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna go and grab a tractor. That there. Grab our cultivator, I think. I think it's going to be a cultivator. It feels like I got like more than one cultivator over here. Not sure what this is here. Is that a... This could be even a weeder. Just find out here. I got 2 fields that I have to cultivate or plow or have you. Just spin around here. I'll go ahead and see what happens here. This down. This looks like what I need, eh? Oh, there's the seagulls. I think this will do it. Alright. Oh, those little seagulls are very loud, aren't they? Is this a farmer's field or a garbage dump? Sorry, this is the first time I've actually used the gulls, so... Oh, I just installed it, so... Or, well, it's been installed, but it's the first time that... Oh my god, they are loud. Okay. Okay. Oh, they disappear pretty quick. I think there's settings for those seagulls, isn't there? I don't know if there is any. Anyways, I will be in cab anyway, so... Quieter. Yeah, me too. I think it's... I'm hoping it's not too loud on the live stream. Not sure if it is. Figure out how to change it later. Alright, we're gonna go through here. I don't know what happened to the gulls. The gulls disappeared. I guess they kind of randomly show up. Alright. Oh, we'll make our way down here. Throw that on. I'm gonna see if I can get the I-beam tracker going, because I usually like to be in cab on field things. I think I have it open already. Turn it. Not sure if it's tracking my head yet. I don't think it is. Nope. Might have to calibrate it, maybe. Calibrate it again. Oh well, I'm gonna go without the tracker today. Turn my head manually. I updated my PC, so before the live stream. This way. Let me just see what we're doing here. Like that. Alright, so I guess I am cultivating. Alright, off we go. There. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Sort that out. So if he comes out with the 4X map of Western Australia, I'll probably jump to that. I think this map, the road structure is a little bit small. I don't like that the store is got like everything kind of like sandwiched all together. I really think it would feel better if it was on a 4X map, I think. So, but I'll be playing on this until a 4X version comes out. Wait for that to happen. I imagine a 4X version will come. Just to be a bit patient. And then I think in FS25 he came out with this version, the smaller version. And then he eventually did come out with the 4X version. And then the original map maker, I forget his name, came out with the 16X version. So I don't think I will do a 16X map. Don't think. I find that it's a little bit too much for me. And so I'm probably just going to stick with 4X maps, I think. When I first started doing farm sim, I tried each size. I did the 16X version, I did the 4X version, 2 version. Like as people know, PV, what was it? Canyon Crossing on FS25, that was a 16 map. I find it a little bit too much work for me. But that was because I just didn't know what size of map was ideal for my gameplay. But I think now I kind of understand which size I prefer the most. So I think 4X versions is the ideal size for me to play, I think, for my gaming enjoyment. I think everybody goes through that, right? Trying to figure out what game style that they like or how they want to play. I think if I did like a multiplayer server and I had like a lot of people, you know, like playing with me on a regular basis or something, like if I was set up that way, I probably would go with a 16x. Um, but I usually do a lot of solo play, right? That's how I enjoy doing my live streams. How I enjoy playing games and stuff like that. Um, so I feel being right in the middle, doing a 4x is probably best for me. But I jumped on this because I enjoy the map, so that's why I'm playing the 2x version. It's a lot of fun. It's not perfect, the map. Like I've noticed like a few things, like the map boundary isn't ideal and stuff like that. And it's always been that way, like the little quirks about it. But I don't ever let that, for some reason, even when I know that the quirks are there, I will still jump on this map. Just enjoy it. Can't explain it any more than that. So I just jump on and I just start playing, and I just have fun. I don't know how to put it any other way. With the imperfections and all, I guess. Thank you so much, sir. Enjoy getting the likes. Help me get my stream out there a little bit more. Share the love out. They get over here. The one thing about this map, I don't know if I can delete the fence, because that's one thing that I probably would try doing. Just to open things up a little bit more. Oh. Turn around. Yeah, this way. And I don't know what I'm going to plant. I honestly don't know. I'm going to prepare the soil. Don't really have a strategy. That's the one thing about this map. I don't think you have to think too much on this map, because it's just, there's no productions. You just plant something and you just sell it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to plant things and sell it. Which is kind of different right now because, which is weird. Because in my mind right now, I'm like thinking, well, okay, well, what crop do I need for this? And what crop do I need for that? Everything like that. Because that's sort of my mental state when I'm playing like on PV Rivers. Because everything is tied to a production. So now my mind process is different. It's like, well, I don't really have to cater to a production. I just have to just plant stuff and do the basics. So it's like, in my mind, I'm reminding myself, well, I really don't really have to I'm overthinking things. I don't have to go that far. I don't have to flowchart a plan in my brain, right? It's different. It's different. It kind of makes me feel like I'm on a hobby farm right now. Because you know how people usually have a hobby farm and they usually just, what the heck, I'll just have like a couple animals here and there, right? I don't have to think too much, right? That's sort of what it feels like right now. I'm on a hobby farm compared to everything I do on PV Rivers. That's crazy. Don't have to overthink things. Golly, crazy. But I do have 2 crops still in the ground, so I've got soybeans and canola. So once I get, I guess this cultivating done, I will probably maybe fast forward unless there's something that I want to plant this month. That's a possibility. So I don't know. Oh. I love the cloud movement, and a lot more green, compared to PV Rivers. I think that's fantastic. I get to see more cloud shadows moving, stuff like that too. So I definitely enjoy that. Have to see how it all turns out. So I can put some productions in. I don't know, this field that I'm on right now, I was thinking I might put something else on here. Perhaps I could probably split the field up as well into different crops. Do something different if I want. I don't know. It's a very flat map, so I have a lot of things that I can do with it. I do want to make it more complex. So, but for now, I'm just starting out. I'm going to try to get like a healthy amount of money. Probably, like I said, get rid of the John Deere and change to a different tractor. One thing about these John Deeres, like, I was watching Laura Farms, right? Because I'm not a farmer in real life, so what I know about farming is from, well, YouTube and people that I know in my community, friends and stuff like that, and also Farming Simulator. So I usually learn by observing and watching a lot, I guess. But I know that John Deere does have issues with the fact that, you know, you pretty much need John Deere to fix it for you. I think the other biggest gripe that I've heard is that upgrading the software on it is a problem. It either happens at a time that is inconvenient, or maybe it's too frequent. I watched one episode of Laura Farms, like I said, who has, I think, 1 or 2 John Deeres. And there was a segment where she was getting ready to do, I think, some cultivating, and she showed the infamous upgrade message, I guess. Because I guess it is to make it to say, hey, it is a real thing. And I don't know. She didn't say too much about it. To kill the deer completely. But you could tell that she was not impressed. So it's like, okay, well now I understand what can happen with those John Deeres. So it's just what it is. We do have a John Deere dealership in Chilliwack. There are farmers that do own John Deere. John Deere ends up in our Christmas parades. So they take the best of the best, I guess. But we also have we have Vermeer. We also have a Vermeer dealership. What else? I think we even have a Kloss dealership as well. There's a lot of Kloss that I see. Have seen some Massey Ferguson. I'm still waiting to see a case. So, but there's a mixture of different equipment that operates in Chilliwack. But a lot of Kloss for sure, especially with the choppers for corn. And we do see a fair amount of them because we do have a lot of corn for silage. Where I'm in silage country, let's just put it that way. So they, a lot of the farmers, what they will do is, I honestly think they do dual seeding. So when they plant their corn, they're also planting grass as well. So after they harvest the corn for silage, and some of it can be sold for food, so we consume it as well, I guess, to a degree. But most of it ends up as silage. So after that is done, then you start seeing grass growing really quickly. And then they get a harvest of grass to feed cows as well. Lower mainland. Now, I don't know if all farmers do dual seeding. So meaning that they seed the corn and the grass at the same time. But I can tell when it's been seeded because it's just too perfect, right? You just get that. You just look at it. Some fields, they don't do that, right? So I can tell because I'll look at the field and I'll see, well, if I start seeing grass popping up real quick after the corn has been harvested, then I'm like, okay, yeah, this has definitely been seeded at the same time. It's kind of interesting. But there's some fields that, there is no grass growing afterwards. Or it'll take a little longer and it's a little rougher and more rugged looking. Is how I want to probably describe it. Meaning that they didn't plant it, right? It's just, it's interesting. This way here. Wonder if I should go all the way across. Might do that. Or maybe not. And around here, missing a little bit. I think I might go to the end because then I can go straight across. Try that. That'll work. That'll be the plan. Yeah, we'll do that. That'll work out great. Okay, we'll go all the way across and then we will work our way back. Oh, or maybe not. Go this way. Yeah, I think I can do it. Probably maybe on the next row over to the left I can do it a bit more. Let's see. Oh well, we'll see what happens. Oh. And here. Get to the end and then we'll I'm going to do the left side of the tractor on the way back. Most part, yes. See. And then I got one more field way over in the on the other side of the barn or the train station. I'll have to do that as well. Lots to do. But yeah, Adam Sandler is in Chilliwack. So he's, you might have seen him in 51st Date. I'm pretty sure people know who Adam Sandler is. I was meaning to go out to see if I can see him, but I forgot. But anyways, he is in Chilliwack shooting a movie with Willem Dafoe. So we do get a lot of Hollywood in Chilliwack, which is kind of neat. A very friendly and approachable person. I've seen on social media in Chilliwack, because in Chilliwack we have like Facebook channels and stuff like that to keep people up to date on, community events and, other things that happen in the local area. And people have posted, pictures of him and pictures with him. I think there was a picture of him eating at a local restaurant, and it's interesting. He's wearing a Hawaiian shirt a lot too, which I'm like, I don't know, dude. It's a little cold, but I think he honestly liked Hawaiian shirt. That's just a part of who he is, I guess, and whatnot. A brave soul. At least the last couple of days, mind you. The last week we had quite a bit of warm temperature. Well, so he's here. I haven't seen any pictures of Willem Dafoe. I have a lot of respect for Willem Dafoe because apparently, he's almost like Keanu Reeves, where he's kind of low key, and he has a certain amount of morality to him, and I'll just explain. I believe he has donated a good chunk of his wealth to charity. So if he does a shoot, he'll donate whatever he makes from a movie or whatever, right? He's also, when he goes to the Oscars, he only has one tuxedo, right? And that's it, right? So in his entire life, he's only had like one tuxedo, maybe two or something like that. But my point is that he probably only gets a tuxedo fitting done whenever, his weight changes or something like that, right? He's not like other actors that has to go out there and buy the latest tuxedo, the latest, thing, whatever it is, right? And he keeps a very low key life, right? Um, he walks places, a lot of places he walks, or rides a bike, right? Very low key. I think I'm pretty much getting the drift to people what I'm trying to say, right? So I think that's just fantastic. Yeah. So it's great. I don't know if he's been spotted. Apparently he's in the movie. He may not be in Chilliwack for any shooting. So it's hard to say. But anyways, I think it's kind of great. And it'll be featured on Netflix, in case you're wondering. This movie supposedly. So we'll just have to see what happens, I guess. So we get a lot of Hallmark Channel and Women's Network, usually doing a lot of what do you call it? Film industry shootings. Let me think here. There's a lot of stuff that happens in the Lower Mainland for different movies and stuff like that. So I don't usually talk too much about it because you just get, how do you say it, used to it? So it's like, well, it's just another day or another shooting or whatever you want to call it, right? Photo shoot. I think when I first heard about, filming happening in Chilliwack, I was like, oh, great. Oh, wow. Right. Now it's more like if there's specific actors or certain people that do show up for filming. Then I usually pay attention or I mention a little bit more. The film White Chicks was done here as well. There's all sorts of different. Rambo First Blood was done in Hope, which is probably about an hour away from Chilliwack. So a lot of the outdoor scenes that you see with a lot of, cedar trees and stuff is probably filmed in Chilliwack or in the Lower Mainland and stuff like that. Here. What else can I talk about? I'll probably not go too much into it, but well, gas prices are pretty high still. They did drop a little bit. We're over $2. I think we were up to $2.20 a liter, but we've come down a little bit. We're down to $2.03 now. But normally we hit around during the summer months, usually around $1.89 to 90. So I guess we're not too bad. We have a temporary reduction on taxes from the federal government for fuel costs. So I believe till Labor Day, which is next September. And then they'll probably reevaluate, I guess. So that's our fuel situation. On diesel, that's pretty high. It's crazy high, I think. I think it's up to $2.30 or 40 cents. That's pretty expensive. I feel sorry for them, for the truckers and farmers or anyone who uses diesel, there used to be a time where regular gasoline was more expensive than diesel. So, like, I never really started paying attention to diesel costs until recently because I had always assumed, oh, well, they're probably just under us, right? The amount. So there's probably not too bad. But then I started looking at how much they're paying for diesel. I was like, oh boy, so it's not like what it used to be where we're like 10 cents more over diesel, right? So diesel consumers are paying more. There was even people even buying diesel automobiles because that, you know, it was always considered cheaper than regular fuel. Um, but at least in Canada, that was like probably 5 years ago. You know, I had friends that say, well, diesel's cheaper, right? And they're driving a Volkswagen Jetta or something like that, right? But not so much anymore. Um, this diesel is way more expensive. So, but I don't know. It's hasn't gone up too high. Obviously, you know that can change. A lot of things are changing in the world. You know, people have figured, well, if this is going to be the way it is, people start looking at new ways to get gasoline and stuff like that, right? So, as an example, we have like on the East Coast, production, like oil wells and stuff like that, offshore welling, oil, that hasn't really been touched, but uh, those wells are now coming online because companies are now realizing, well, we can actually make a profit now if we bring those wells online, right? So we have like Irving refineries, which is our East Coast Canadian refining corporation. So normally, because has always traditionally been cheaper to import Saudi Arabian oil, right? Now Irving Oil has to pivot. So what they did was they talked to the companies operating in Newfoundland, St. John's area, and said, well, can we maybe start using your oil in our refinery? So now they're purchasing local, you know, oil, local Canadian oil. So then what that does is it creates more jobs for folks in Newfoundland, St. John's, and stuff like that, right? What else? I already mentioned the new pipeline agreement that Trump proposed. So I imagine that's still being worked on. So our oil output to, you know, Florida and Texas is happening. Which I mentioned on the last live stream, 2 weeks ago. So there's no new developments with that. It's just, you know, still continual positive talks that it's probably going to happen. So we'll have to see. Which is, I've called it miniature Keystone, I guess. Tomorrow, though, our Prime Minister will be talking about the proposal of a West Coast pipeline. More details on that. So you'll probably hear Danielle Smith from Alberta, which is the Alberta Premier, and our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, will be talking tomorrow on what the plan is for that. It's not an easy discussion. We'll have to see what happens. So things are very complicated with Canada because we comply with, you know, the environment. We also um, consult First Nations as well to get projects going, right? A lot of people get upset because it takes forever because we have to go through these extra steps and stuff, right? So it'll be interesting to see what Mark Carney comes up with. I think what is going to happen is I have a feeling they might expand the TMX line, Trans Mountain pipeline, maybe put another oil pipe right next to the current pipe system. So I guess we'll have to see if that happens. I have a feeling that that's what is going to get announced because they were talking about that. I live in British Columbia, which is the province where Alberta needs to send this oil through to get it to the West Coast, right? And I know that our provincial government, our environmental industry, environment, and whatever you call it, resource minister Adrian Dick seemed to be more for a expansion on the TMX line. So I have a feeling that that's probably what will be proposed. So there's always still the possibility of, some, concerns about the environment and everything like that. But it seems like going to the South Coast is better because we do have a tanker ban up north, which is where most people want the oil to flow. But there's, we've got the tanker ban in place to protect fisheries, and there's a strait that's kind of rocky, and we kind of want to limit tanker traffic through there. So, and I don't think that's ever going to go away. So, and I don't know. I don't think I would even feel keen having oil or a lot of ship traffic to that area because it is pretty treacherous, the water there. So as much as people would really want more of a pipeline up north, so that's why. But I'm perfectly fine with the southern one. Heck, even that Trans Mountain pipeline that goes through Chilliwack, right? And I've seen the construction of it, right? I've seen the size of the pipes, right? So it's putting another pipe there. Say, sure, why not? Go for it. So I guess we'll see with regards to that. I won't know more until tomorrow because the announcement is tomorrow, or at least the idea is that Danielle Smith and Mark Carney will be talking about it tomorrow. So, and I think giving Alberta the ability to export oil, I think would be a good thing. I would like to see also a pipeline going to the East Coast. Most of our pipelines, they basically go into the United States and then they pop out. They pop across the border again, which I believe is because we have a lot of regulation, which probably has stopped those types of pipelines being put in. But I don't really have too much of an opinion on the matter on that. I mean, I would like to see a west to east pipeline. But I don't really know what the grievances on that are. So, because I haven't really looked at it. So, just so I don't get into trouble, probably will just say as much as I will appreciate an east to west or west to east pipeline, and because I don't know the grievances, I would probably say looking at it, and if everybody's happy with having it, then go ahead and build it, right? But I still think, consultation is important. Environmental aspects looked at. Are farmers okay with it, right? So you start going from Alberta to, you call it, to Ontario. There's a lot of farmers' lands going on, farmer territory that's there, farmland and stuff like that. Would it affect their field, right? Is there any easement that need to be done, right? So that's the downside of putting in these projects. You put pipelines in, someone's going to lose out somewhere, right? A farmer's going to have their farmland chopped up, right, for a pipeline. Even in Chilliwack, we've had some farmland minus out, right, for the existing pipeline that comes through the Fraser Valley. So there's always someone is always going to lose out when you put a pipeline, right? Some way, right? Or their land will be impeded on. So so we'll have to see. Yes. There's always someone not going to be happy, right? So you want to try to, I think we're a little bit more forgiving, I think, in Canada when it comes to trying to put major projects in, and to try to be as fair as possible. And sometimes being as fair as possible, that doesn't always go as smooth, I guess, right? So we'll just have to see what happens, I guess. Consultation does work. I know that's a big grievance for people. Consultation slows everything down. But, it does work if you put the work in. You need a government that is willing to put the work in to do consultation. And I'll just say consultation in general. Most people usually say, well, that's just for, First Nations and stuff, but it doesn't just apply there. You've got also consultation with landowners. You've got farmers. You've got businesses, right? All sorts of things. In British Columbia, our NDP government puts in the work to consult, right? And we have, I think, a lot of different projects that are going on in BC for liquefied natural gas. And they just basically went to work. Well, we're going to get out there, we're going to consult, right? I mean, it means extra work, right? To sit down in committees and, do that, right? So they work hard to do that and try to get, the word out, try to do the best that they can to try to come to some sort of arrangement or agreement with different folk, right? Whether it's a farmer, a First Nation land, or even a private landowner, right? So, but I think essentially the NDP just, at least our NDP government in British Columbia well, this is the reality of it. We're just going to, roll up our sleeves and we're just going to go, sit down with people and take the time to figure things out, right? Instead of taking the easy way out by other governments usually just say, well, this is the plan. We're going to go chop up your territory. We're going to chop up your farmland. We're going to, well, guess what? Your rose bush in front of your house, we're taking that out. We're putting a freeway in, right? I mentioned the rose bush because, a lot of landowners get upset when government goes ahead and tries to put a freeway east on, right? So, and we have experienced that in British Columbia as well, right? So it's just pipelines, it's freeways and corridors and all of that, right? So all of that requires consultation. Does it always work out the way people want to have it? No, so much. So we'll see. So we still have a lot of work to do, I think, in BC. Um, like I said, we're doing our best to align, especially with land. Anyways, most people have heard about the land claim situation. A lot of private landowners are upset about that, but I think it's going to get worked out. So we have large chunks of the Fraser Valley that are Vancouver, anyways. Entitlement has been handed over to First Nation. So there are people concerned about, well, what does this mean about my ownership of my house and stuff like that, right? So I think our government is, we're following with the UN declaration. And I think we're refocusing things a bit. Like we're I don't know. We're in transition period, I guess, is the best way of putting, I guess. I'm not sure about other parts of Canada, but I think we're at the forefront of trying to figure out how do we align with the UN declaration, but also maintain, our current laws and how we do things, right? And it's not an easy process. I think we're pretty much almost Unidrip aligned. There's still a lot more that we could probably do, I think, to align with Unidrip, the UN declaration, with regards to indigenous peoples, right? Every country has their own variation or finds their own way of dealing with, maintaining that. But yeah, it's very interesting, historical, I think, in a way, and it's continuously moving live, and it's interesting. Like as an example, in British Columbia, just this past year, I think, we're starting, First Nations court system. So that means that, they have their own laws. So you would have a First Nations judge or a First Nations council, and their own law book. They have their own First Nations universities to teach law. So you're going to probably start seeing a lot more of that in BC. That might even go across Canada, for all we know, which is different. More integration, I think, too. Like you'll see street signs and stuff like that renamed, different. Like as an example, Haida Gwaii, which is an island that has been, through the treaty process, has been handed over to the Haida people. It was originally called the Queen Charlotte Islands. So this whole entire island has been, handed over to First Nations people. So it's interesting. There's a lot of people that stereotype First Nations. They say, well, they can't govern themselves, stuff like that, right? But if you give them the tools to do it, they can do it. And I think British Columbia is proving that, right? Now, not everybody's thrilled with that idea, right? But then, you give them the tools and they can give them the opportunity to prove you otherwise, they'll do it. That's just the saying there, right? You've got certain First Nations reserves and tribes that have their own police system. They have their own ability to do their own tax system. And like I said, that we're already giving them their own court system, right? So you give them the tools to do what they need to do, and you can see some amazing things happen. What I'm trying to say, right? But I know a lot of people are afraid of change, right? Oh, what does that mean? I gotta pay taxes? Well, yeah, you may have to pay taxes to it first, right? They could easily adopt a municipal government structure, right? So it takes time, is what it is. You know, you give a couple of tools to the First Nations to do certain things, right? And they excel and learn how to use those tools. So you give them a screwdriver, right? I mean, when you get hired to a company, they're not going to give you the ability to, if you don't have the prior experience, they're not going to give you access to everything, right? So you start off small with a small job. You learn that one job, and then you grow, right? Your skill set grows. Well, the same thing, right? Start off small. You build the structures and stuff like that to make it happen. Right? So I always say, you know, you can say, oh, they can't do this, you can't do that, blah, 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 right? Well, if you give them the true tools and the opportunity to prove you otherwise, you might be surprised. Right? So that's in BC. I have family on the east side, right? And eastern Canada, right? And I always explain to them, or I have spoken about it, right? I say things are different in British Columbia on the West Coast, because we're actually taking the opportunity to invest in First Nations and Aboriginal peoples. Or say, well, okay, well, let's work with you. Let's give you the tool set that you need, right? Work with the toolboxes, give you a toolbox to work with, right? Will it always work out 100%? Probably not. There's always going to be, some arguments, stuff like that. But then you sit down and say, okay, well, how can we fix these issues and hash it out, right? Not everybody will see eye to eye, right? But it's usually, well, a lot of people are just afraid of change is what really it all stems down to, right? And I think probably most people in the world are like fearful of all the changes that are happening, right? So you can either say, well, I give up. I'm just, just going to give up. I'm going to give away my country. I'm going to give away my land. I'm going to, you can do that if you want, right? But you can either look at it that way, or you can just sit down and say, okay, well, what opportunities are available here, right? What can we do that we couldn't do before, right? And that's how people have to look at it, right? So entrepreneurs should relish it, right? Especially newer entrepreneurs will probably excel, right? These days, because they'll say, well, there's this new opportunity or that new opportunity, right? Because they're in their mindset, they're already in the mindset of looking for opportunity. compared to, someone that has been established for several years, right? I said, well, I've already got the hack in place. I don't want to change my hack, right? Just the terminology that I'm going to use, but people usually try to figure out, well, how the game is played, right? And so, well, the game has always been played this way, right? And they get complacent with, the way how things are, right? And then they forget how to be adaptable or mutable, right? To try to find, well, gosh darn it, what new opportunities are there, right? Always, that's sort of how I look at it. And Canada, we're that's what we're doing. We're refocusing our efforts, looking at. I think the idea of diversification is ideal. That's the mindset you'll need. Because if you diversify, you work with new people and you refocus your thinking, you retool your brain, right? Or I guess in this case, it would be your society, right? To be a business leader or what have you. Think in a new direction, in a new way, right? Unconventional. Because if you switch your brain to be that way, you look for those new opportunities, and they're out there, right? Just have to look for it. What I'm saying is probably not going to resonate with everyone, so sorry. Well, I can't think of anything else in particular with Canada. Oh yeah, there's the Alberta and Quebec separation or independence movement. So I give a little bit of an update on that, I guess. So we did have. I don't think the movement is completely dead, but I would say the folks that are pro Canadian and wants the country to stay together are celebrating with regards to that. So just to give you a little rough idea of what's sort of developed, we have some First Nations that had taken, I think it's the Alberta Free Organization or Alberta Prosperity Project. They got two names going with that. Anyways, there was a petition for that. They got all the signatures that they needed, but they had to go to court because I think 3, 6, 7. Not sure. There's a First Nation groups that have said that it has infringed on their right, with regards. So they're basically a court injunction put in place. So the judge had ruled on that, and ruled in favor of the First Nations, stipulating that I think here that there was no consultation done prior to doing the collection of signatures. People debate that whether if it was legal or not. But anyways, it has put a halt. I would say it's a temporary halt, really. To be fair, But anyways, it is a win for people that want to have Alberta stay in Canada. But I think they'll probably do an appeal. And Neil Smith has already which is the premier of Alberta, has said that they will appeal and stay free Alberta, I think is what it is. APP project has indicated that they're going to appeal the judge. So there'll be a lot of judgment stuff going on. So there's going to be a lot of judicial stuff going through this movement. So a battle has been won, but the war is far from over, I guess, as the saying goes. My thought process is that most of how the separation process or independence, whatever you want to call it, is going to happen is going to be decided through the judicial system. And realistically, whether you're for or against independence or separation, I'm going to use both words because there are some people that look at it, define it differently, right? So, and it is a very political thing, and people get very upset over the matter, right? So I don't get too crazy on the matter. But it's going to be determined through the court system. And it's not going to be just one court case. I think it's going to be multiple court cases, to be honest with you. Through judge rulings and appeals and stuff like that. Simply because there is no governing law at the federal level to outline a specific process. So there is a process for separation or independence, whatever you want to call it, in our Constitution. So it is a constitutional thing through the Clarity Act. So it is there. It's a real thing, in case you're not Canadian. But it is there. It exists. But looking at it, I don't think it has any specific, right? Like, it's not specific enough, right? It's basically very, I mean, there are some specifics, but it's not to the point where it's like ironclad, what I'm trying to say. So most likely it will get built upon based on, court rulings and stuff like that, an appeals process. They'll be dragged through court, right? In Quebec, I think court decisions have basically closed, a lot of doors on the independence movement and stuff. Simply because, you run out of money, or, people just get tired and say, well, we don't want to support this anymore, right? That's just how democracies work, right? You might say, well, that's a great idea. Let's go ahead and do that now, right? But then it doesn't go quick enough, right? So then they're like, well, there's not enough support anymore for this movement. It's going to dry up on the vine, right? And then it'll automatically come back again in 5 or 6 years or 10 years or something. So I think that's what's going to happen. But then more court decisions get made, right? Out of the matter, right? So anyways, for the time being, at least in Alberta, there has been a ruling. Danielle Smith said that is pretty much in her court right now. So she will have to meet with her cabinet, decide whether she wants to put that particular question on the referendum ballot in October. One thing that I think she's well, she has already indicated that she wants to appeal it. But I think the one clear thing that she's going to have to do is she's going to have to go through the consultation process. But I think she's going to try to appeal it first, because then she can just throw that out and then go ahead and put it on the ballot. But because the judge, I didn't know how the judge was going to actually rule, really. I thought, but when I read the ruling, I thought, well, the judge definitely slowed the process down. And I didn't even expect the judge to rule the way that she did. It's actually pretty clever, actually, because in her ruling, she indicated that consultation should have been done, right? And consultation is a very long process. It's not easy. Now, what that does for Danielle Smith is that it kind of limits her options, right? So, I think for now she's focusing on the appeal process, because if she can throw the judgment out or the ruling out, right? Then what she can do is she can just automatically dump it onto the referendum, right? But it was quite clear in her in the judge's decision or ruling is that the government failed to, what's the word that I'm looking for? I just said it. Trying to think here. Starts with a C. Collaborate. Consolidate. I had the word. All right. So ruling justice. In the AI mode, AI is very good at pulling up information. Yeah, constitutional duty to consult. So the grounding, the province breached its constitutional duty to consult First Nations before initiating a process that impacts historical treaty rights. So that's the key part, right? That's the judge's smart ruling approach on it, right? So if anyone is familiar with consultation, right, other countries probably will. New Zealand, as an example, other parts of Canada, or even British Columbia for that matter, my province, it takes a very long time to do a proper consultation process with First Nations. So it doesn't kill it, right? It doesn't kill it. You can still run a referendum for separation or independence. But it's interesting that the judge put that in. It definitely slows the process down, right? Puts more time on it, because a proper consultation process could take a very long time, right? You can drag out a consultation process if you want, right? So that's what pro-independent separation people probably don't understand, right? Consultation process can take a very long time, right? So my guess, like a lot of people say, well, Danielle Smith can go ahead and just put it on the referendum ballot, right? And this is hard. Going cap here. Now I can't say that she couldn't just go ahead and figure out a clever way of putting it on the ballot by October 19th. So maybe there is, because I'm not a legal brain, right? But she could probably figure something out, right? Everybody has their legal team on both sides of the fence, right? Also, she'll be getting the assistance of Quebec. So yeah, there is another province too that is prone for separation, which is Quebec, right? That movement is growing quite a bit for I think a third round, right? So because whatever happens in Alberta also affects what they're doing. So so they'll probably lend a year or assistance as well to the matter, most likely. So it's interesting. So anyways, I'm getting off topic here, getting too grounded out into explaining things. So I think she will probably focus the appeals process is what she's going to end up doing. Because it would be a lot easier for her to appeal the decision. And if she wins an appeal, then it would just go back to the way it was, where she had the ability to just throw it onto the ballot anyway, unless someone else takes her to court. And she would be encouraged to go that route simply because consultation would slow the whole process down. And she's in a very difficult bind right now. Which is too bad. I think she basically wanted to try to get votes, and I think it's gotten a little bit out of control with whatever went on. She definitely got votes to get in to be premier, right? Unfortunately, I think right now, her party is getting stocked up with independent separatist people right now. And she's like, well, this was great, but now my whole party is now overrun at the moment, right? Which is a strategy, by the way, that people can take on. Got picked up. We got another field. But anyways, I'm not going to get too much into that. You guys can look that up. It's all on news, but I'm going to try to stay specific on the discussion, right? So appeal process probably is going to be the main focus, I think, for her to try to get the movement forward. Because if you're under the gun, I don't think she can go through a 10-year consultation process. And I don't really think she really wants to do any consultation, right? I mean, let's just put it this way. I get the impression she wants to get things moving quick, and there's a lot more work that needs to be done. Consultation takes a lot of work, right? I don't think she's geared to wanting to do any work, right? And that's just sad, I guess. So it's doable. You got to do the work to get it done, but oh well, that's just how it is. Hello, Jody. We are doing great. We're going to do doing some plowing here. But like I said, on the notion, I think every step is going to get defined through judicial system on how if a separation happens. Okay? So you're going to move into a step and someone's going to say, yeah, but, right? That's just how the democracy works, right? Yeah, but on the notion, right? No other. We don't really have another country in the world that has ever done anything like this, right? And that's just how you work through a process. You have to build a process. Right? In my lifetime, maybe the process may never be done. Right? Make it around the corner here. So it's talking about it is, how do you say it, very, I don't know, unnerving for some people, I suppose, but I'm talking about it because it's significant to our country. And no other country has this ability either, right? That's why I'm talking about it. It's ground changing. We do a lot of crazy stuff in Canada. So and it's very interesting. And we just basically say, look, these are the challenges and the brick walls that are put in front of us. Well, us Canadians, we just don't sit back. We take a look at that brick wall and we say, okay, well, which sledgehammer do we have to go and cut through that, or do we have to go around it? Right? And that's just how it works, right? We just don't. We're very polite people, right? Up here in Canada, very nice people, right? Apologetic and stuff, but whenever we face something, right, we just don't say, well, let's just throw our hands up and say that's it. No, we sit down and we tackle the problem and change things. And sometimes it just completely changes how our country works, operate, right? Exceptionally flexible and bendy in that way, and adaptable, right? Which I think is a really crucial thing if you have the ability that the quicker that you can adapt and change, means that you are probably going to be ahead of the game, really. So I'm intrigued to see what happens. I personally would like to see Alberta and Quebec stay within Canada. I think there's a lot of advantages there. I know that a lot of people don't. There's a significant amount of people that feel that Carney isn't the greatest prime minister, but that's where you use democracy and you just vote the PM out, right? Or you change something. I like him. I think he's the most ideal prime minister at this time, and people will probably say, no, we hate him, throw him out, right? I'm not a Trudeau fan. I just don't think he had the appropriate skill set, right? In my opinion, but I feel Carney is better situated. I don't agree with 100% of what Carney does, but I think he's enough of being the right person to do what he do. And he's already said he doesn't tend to be prime minister forever. He's just going to come in and do a job, and then that's about it, pretty much, right? He'll be around for as long as he feels that he needs to be around, I guess. That's the interesting thing about him. He's not a career politician, is what I'm getting at, which is kind of interesting. Kind of a little bit refreshing. They come in and they do something, and then he's gone, right? But I would say he has moved the needle more to the right which is probably a little bit more refreshing on the political spectrum. So we're we have multiple parties in Canada. So we have the Conservative Party, which is similar to the Republican Party, right? Then we have the Liberal Party, which is in power right now. They're in the middle. Then we have the New Democrat Party, right, which is the far left. And then we have the Green Party. And then we have the Bloc Québécois. And then we have a few other fringe parties as well, right, that run in Canada. Now, for the longest while, we always thought that everything was consolidated into, one mega party. But when when Carney became the prime minister, he moved the needle more to the right. He's more centralized. Myself, I'm more of a centralist. Wants to know where I sit. I could never be American. I'd be honest with you. I know I have a lot of American viewers. I could not be American. I literally can't. I just couldn't live with a two-party system. I just can't do it. I just can't. There are no centralists in Canada or in the United States, I don't think. Well, maybe there are, but I would say that my hat to those Americans that are centralists is you guys probably pull your hair out if you are actually a centralist. A centralist, in my opinion, is to take the best policies from the left and the right and make them work, right? And then also be the counterweight. So, and to maintain balance. That's what it is. Central, in my opinion, central part. Balancing act. Right? To bring about, order and stability, really. So that means that if you are too much invested into healthcare, well, then you just draw back, right? Health. Or if crime gets out of place, well, then you build more prisons or something like that, right? My point is that you're constantly like refocusing where you are lacking, right? To improve it without getting too extreme. Very against extreme politics. I don't get it. Probably another reason why I don't like two-party systems, because two-party systems, in my opinion, it just feeds on aggression. Well, I hate your team. I'm going to hate your team, and I'm going to hate your team, and I'm going to hate your team, right? And it's very easy to, get people angry, right? So whereas if you have a multi-party system, right, and you can evaluate and criticize your team. Right? So as an example, you could go ahead and say, well, I don't like Obama or I don't like Trump, even though that you've always been a Democrat or a Republican, whatever your party team that you normally cheer for, right? You can have the ability to criticize them. Say, I don't like you. I don't like the direction. You're going too far to the left. You're going too far to the right. Whatever it is, right? And then you can say, well, you're no longer getting my vote, right? I'm going to throw it to the Green Party instead, right? I'm going to throw it to the Liberal Party instead, right? I'm going to send my vote to, I don't know. Well, in Canada, we also have a marijuana party. I'll throw my vote to the marijuana party. So, right? Now, by doing that, that's still a choice. People say, well, you're never going to get anything done. But the thing is it brings the aggression down. right? It does have an impact because you take that vote and you throw it to someone else, right? That's not of the two teams, right? And it means that those two parties are going to have to work together to get something done. And that's just sort of how it works, right? And then you rebalance the scales a little bit, right? That's part of what I believe centralist is, or the advantage of a multi system is. Plus, it gives the voter more power, right? The other thing, I am a monarchist. I enjoy having the king as our head of state. Simply because, well, one, I don't have to elect him. Number two, he does pretty much stay in his lane. He doesn't set policy, right? So I'm very pro on that. That's why I like being part of the Commonwealth and having the king there. He stays in his lane, right? He very rarely interferes in political decisions and stuff like that. I would not want to have a president like that at the helm saying, okay, now we've got a president setting up political policy. Then you've got the parliament setting political policy. It just complicates things too much. And just upsets people. Just how I look at it. With a republic system, I guess. There's multiple republics in the world, right? I think France is a republic, right? So I'm more keen on having a head of state, right? That is the king. Not everybody enjoys it. They think, well, what are we paying him for, right? Why do we have him there for, right? I said no. Not a pro-republic person. So at the core, I am fully up to discussion, I guess you could say. And, doing brass tacks and trying to come to a decision. And I'm exceptionally patient as well, right? That's what I think a centralist usually is. There's not very many centralists. I don't think. Usually most people pick a team and stick with it. From hell to high water, really. But which is fine, fine. But not very many people take the time and say, well, my team captain, he sucks. I'm going to criticize his policies, right? But I feel as a voter, I should have the right to criticize to make it better, right? So that I can keep more hair on my head. How I look at it, right? And that's what a centralist does, right? Constantly trying to balance the scale, right? And it's not easy. I enjoy political discussions. As a true centralist, you're a centralist if you're called a fascist by one group, and then you're called a communist by the other group. If you are called that, then you're probably a centralist, right? Which is kind of interesting. I've had political. I don't really debate too much. my live streams, I don't like doing that, but on my off cuff, my private life, I usually debate, right, quite a bit with people on politics. Politics isn't really a fun thing for most people, but it is something that I enjoy doing. Um, and I remember, uh, I get hated from both sides of the fence sometimes. My discussions, um, and I don't know what was it. I think I will use the same argument on something, and I can't remember what it was, but um, I'm gonna lower my implement here. Raise that. Anyways, I was in a forum group talking politics. I can't remember what the subject is. I used the same argument on two posts. One person that was very extreme, very much on the left. One person on the right gave the same explanation. So the guy. Now, because I'm a centralist, what I do is I usually take both playbooks, the left and the right. Okay. I just use the playbook. So you've got, everybody has a team. A team has a playbook, right? So you've got your left of politics that has its playbook, and then you have the right that has its playbook. And like I said earlier, what a centralist does is it looks at the best aspects or policies within the left and the right, and then comes up with an action plan to implement. So, anyways, because that's just the way I am, right? And there's not very many of us. I actually did a political survey. There's, I am, the way I think politically, I am probably 10% of the population. So I'm a minority. Whether it's always been that way, I don't know. Probably not. But these days, a lot of people are like my team or their team, right? Anyways, I was in a forum group and I gave the same answer to two people. I gave the answer to a person that's on the left and to the right. At the end of it, I can't remember what the argument was or how I did it, because I don't give a straight answer. I usually give a very long answer, right? And specific, right? Of how it's going to be implemented, right? So I'm very specific, and I usually, when I give my answers, I usually give steps. Now, some of these, usually people have problems with my explanation of how I'm implementing it, right? And it just upsets people, right? Because it's like, no, just do this. Just do it this way. Just lower the taxes or just increase the taxes, whatever, right? But because I explain things and how I would like to see things implemented, people just pull their hair out on it, right? So anyways, I can't remember what I was debating, but person on the left has said, well, you're a fascist. Okay, and then I had also in the same post, right, someone on the right say, well, you're a communist. I just laughed. So the guy that called me a communist says, well, this person says I'm a fascist. He didn't have an explanation. And then I told the person that said that, I think I was a bit cheeky, right? And I put them both into the same post, and I said, realistically, you're both wrong. I'm a centralist, right? And I had explained to them, I said, a centralist will always balance it. You cannot you cannot take a true blue centralist and throw them into a specific camp. You just can't do it, especially if they're hardcore thought processes on them. And there is very few centralists out there, literally. A true blue centralist is like 10% of the population. So there's not very many of them out there. And I had explained to these two individuals, I said, because the vast majority of people have their political thinking either in Camp A or Camp B, they can't conceptualize that someone else could come up with a different action plan for policies either on the left or the right. And they just can't perceive it or rationalize it or see it. But we're out there. Centralists are out there. But I would have to say centralists probably would aggravate a lot of people because we're the guy that says, yeah, but. And we throw in a quagmire or a wrench into the whole thing, right? Because we take an idea or an action plan, right? But we can show that we can do it differently, is how it works. And I think that's what really aggravates people, I think, sometimes. But like I said, we're always balancing the scales, what we do. Not for everyone who will love us and hate us. The time probably hate us, but well, it is. But that's why I like multiple party. Because when I do my voting, what I do is I say, well, how did things go? Constantly reevaluating, right? Did my prime minister do a good job? Yes or no, right? What certain aspects of what he has done is good or bad, right? And do I think that where do I think where the country needs to go? So I don't go and I say, well, I like Mark Carney because he has great hair. I don't say I like Mark Carney because he's a liberal, right? I don't say I like Pierre Poilievre because he's a conservative. I don't think that way. I evaluate how they did their job. And if I feel that they've done enough of a good job, they'll get my vote, right? If they didn't do a good job, then my vote goes somewhere else, right? And in Canada, I can really, mess things up because I can take a look and say, well, I really don't like the other guy either, right? Right? So if you take Kamala Harris and President Trump, right? Take the two of them. Well, I can easily say in Canada, well, I don't like Kamala Harris and I don't like Trump. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to vote for George instead, right? So I can really throw the monkey wrench in. I can take that vote and I can throw it somewhere else, right? And that's one of the reasons why I like a multi-party system, right? The other thing, too, is I think it brings the temperature down, right? You don't have to get as angry, really, over the whole matter, right? It becomes extreme whenever you go kind of crazy like that. So I can throw my vote in something else that is not so aggravating, essentially. Oh my god, sorry, I had to mute my mic. A person in the background says, "Did you say you're gonna vote for George Clooney?" I said, "No, just George." Pick the random name, right? Um, I guess probably I should have used Ross Perot, right? Um, anyone that's like been alive as long as I have, or maybe older than me, knows that I think Ross Perot ran as an independent and nearly became president. So he wasn't even aligned as a Republican or a Democrat, if I'm not mistaken. He ran as an independent. Um, I can't remember who he ran against, but anyways, his name is Ross Perot. I don't know if he made it as president, but I just remember that he did get quite a few votes, though, right? Which is like crazy, right? It's because I guess maybe at the time Americans just didn't like the Democrat candidate or the Republican candidate. So they were like, well, we're going to try to throw more votes at Ross Perot, who's an independent, right? I probably should do more research on Ross Perot, I guess. Maybe he's a centralist, right? Maybe there was a time where there was a lot of centralists in the United States. But it's easy to get away from centralism because, especially if you, like I said, have a two-party system, and then you constantly focus your voters to make a choice of two people. It's like, I think it's the most annoying thing because it's like you've got, your two kids, right? And they're both nagging at you. Well, me, mommy, me, daddy, right? Everybody's got two kids that are doing that, right? Choose me, right? Then you're like, oh God, I gotta make a choice between the two, and you're just fed up, and you really don't really want to make it, right? That's the same thing with politics, I think, with two-party systems. It's annoying as hell, right? Everybody's had those two kids. Let me, right? They're like, oh, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Don't you just want to say, get out of here? Go to your room, right? Right? Well, you can't do that in politics. You got to make a choice, right? So you throw another candidate in and you can do that. You say, well, forget it. I'm not voting for either of you. I'm going to go and vote for Ross Perot or whatever, right? Or some other party, right? So, anyways, I'm getting really political. I'm sorry, but anyways, I'm just trying to get my perspective through, or give a different perspective that most people don't think about, really. And I only started thinking about it because I did do a political test. I think, what was it, last week? And I thought it was very interesting that I showed up as 10%. 10%, that's a very low number. So that makes me very unique, right? So if I talk about it on my live stream, there's probably not a lot of people are going to align with my thinking, right? So that means I can give an interesting perspective on politics, and most people can. So, but my point on it is that there is another way of thinking, really. If you're so fed up with your, politics or anything, right? Centralism isn't just, it doesn't really have to be a political thing. I mean, you take the Dalai Lama. Look at the Dalai Lama. I know there's a lot of people that are probably Christian, Muslim, or Judaism, but very rarely, not very many people talk about the Dalai Lama anymore, right? His philosophy is the middle way, which is a very centralist concept, right? Middle way is basically, navigating between two extremes is what it is. That's the teaching of it. That's what middle way thinking is. That's what centralist centralist thing, right? And today nobody really talks about the Dalai Lama. He still teaches. I listen to some of his YouTube channel, podcasts, and stuff like that. But most people are focused on, well, I'm going to be a Christian, I'm going to be an atheist, I'm going to be, I don't know, a Muslim, I'm going to be a Catholic, I'm going to be, whole list goes on with the number, right? Focus on my team. Whereas the Dalai Lama, he's a very interesting person. I'll show you that. How his teachings, he's very scientific too, by the way. Just loves science, right? It's kind of he's more philosophical than anything. But and very accepting of, everybody, really. It's kind of interesting. Not so much of, oh, you and the other side, right? They also teach that, you got to accept the good and the bad, right? Which is very hard to do, I think, these days. So like, nope, gotta be good all the way. This is the right way, right? Right? But that's part of, being a centralist as well, or middle way thinking. They don't teach that as much anymore, or there's not much of a focus. And in many ways, I think his teachings are not really. There used to be, I think in the 80s and 90s, a huge focus on the Dalai Lama, right? Some of his life and everything is kind of interesting, right? He was in China. He had to leave China, right? Was forced out. He started up a brand new government in another nation in India, right? And continues to teach teachings of Buddhism, which I think is very fun, very interesting. So I don't watch them all the time, but every once in a while I'm scrolling through and I'm watching, especially, like if my mind is like off center, right? Maybe I'm getting too upset or angry or whatever, right? Like I feel that I'm getting uncentralized, because you can do that right in this world, right? And then you go back and you just start watching a few of his YouTube videos, because he'll go live and stuff like that. Refocus or recalibrate, I guess, on things. And, he teaches compassion, love, understanding, empathy, right? All of those beautiful things. Nobody really talks about those things that much anymore, right? In the world. Politicians don't talk about it that much, right? Well, I'm just going to drop an F-bomb on this news broadcast, everybody, right? Right? So, which I think is a good thing. You gotta, refocus, think, right? Clear out the gutter a little bit. All right, let's just flip over here. I'm going to get this field done, which will be good. Well, I don't think I have much more to talk about on politics or anything like that. I think I pretty much said what I wanted to say. So probably a little bit more than what I normally do, but at least people will get the undying questions of where does Kiram sit on different things, right? So some people will like, oh, fantastic. That's a great way of looking. Or they'll be like, Kiram, that's shitty. can't stand what you just said. I'm gonna barf. I don't think people will criticize me that badly, but um okay, we're gonna go and try to get this field done. Enjoy talking. Sometimes I like when when I'm doing field work, it's easier to just get into a specific subject, right? When I start talking about different things, I usually like to elaborate, so it usually passes time quite a bit, right? Just jump into, a debate, rant, or whatever. You know how you're a professor in a school, they just stand up there and they just basically start talking, right? And say, well, take out your notebook and take notes. And he just goes on. That's usually how I am. I usually take a subject and I just start talking about it, right? And then allow people to think and turn to think of what I said, right? It's great in Farming Simulator, that's for sure. Especially if you're like trying to do a field, right? And well, no, it's just an endless repetitive process. So you just find a subject to talk about. Pack up now here. I think this is a cultivator. I forgot to turn cruise control on. Up again. The lower. Did I lower it? Yeah, it's lower. Okay, off we go. So, I don't know if you guys caught my live streams, back in January or February. I had always said that I had like certain different issues and stuff with my computer. I think it has to do with Windows, right? So generally, if I have a problem with the computer or something, I like to try to figure it out and research it, right? And one of the common things, especially with the games that I was playing and stuff, it seems to me that, a lot of what Microsoft has been doing is putting in all this AI stuff in. Now, AI is, as you know, is not an easy thing to run. Right? I mean, that's why we're putting in data centers everywhere, left and right, right? Some people are like, yeah, bring on the data centers. Let's do it, right? Like, and then some people are like, boo, don't bring them on. Anyways, it takes a lot of computing power, a lot of resources and stuff like that. Well, the same thing on the PC, right? And I think Microsoft had concluded, like they put Copilot in, I don't know, the browser, they threw it in on the dash, on the, I don't know, the taskbar, they dumped it into Paint, they dumped it into Photo Gallery, they threw it in, I don't know, everything. I think I don't use the Microsoft Office products, but I assume it's been shoved in there. I don't know, everywhere, right? They just shoved it everywhere. Right? Oh, well, let's throw Copilot here. I do use Copilot. It's kind of a useful tool. I've been using AI a lot more. I used other AI, right? Google has been doing it too. They shoved AI into Chrome. I use the Chrome browser. Brave has one. Brave AI. I use that browser a lot too. Anyways, it's all over the place. Oh, and put in the Edge, Microsoft Edge, right? So you get all these services and it's supposed to help out, right? It needs to index your, the files on your computer. It'll index your email or whatever else, right? It uses up all those resources, right? But you're not going to use AI all the time, right? Maybe you're playing a video game. You're not going to need AI running there, right? So it's going to choke up all of your resources just to run AI on the computer, right? So they've come to the conclusion that, well, maybe we need to start dialing it back a little bit, right? And a few of the last couple of updates that I've received from Microsoft has actually improved my system a bit. And upon reading articles and stuff, they are indicating that they want to optimize performance a bit better. Now, that could be a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know. Guess we'll have to see. But they really have listened to people saying, "Hey, what the heck are you doing to our computers?" Right? So, I've come to the conclusion that I think it has to do with most of the Windows updates, to tell you the truth. But through the headache and all of that, I've learned more about how to optimize my computer than I have ever done before, right? And I do things that a lot differently because I've taken the time to read up on the subject a bit more, different ways of doing it. Am I an expert on it? No. By long shot, but I've added a few extra tips, ideas to my toolkit on how to optimize things, especially with live streaming, right? You use a lot of resources. I'm like multi-streaming right now. So I'm streaming on Twitch. I'm live streaming to 2 stream keys on YouTube. So I'm doing the vertical and the horizontal. You need a lot of resources to do that. So, plus, other things with my layout, right? I'll choose up a lot of system resources. And then on top of that, you want to play your video game. That's if you're doing a video game live stream, right? Not everybody does that. Sometimes people do podcasts, right? I don't think I could do a podcast. Probably could. I don't know. I like just video gaming, just chatting, I guess. Oop. Simple. But yeah, so what was my point again here? So I was saying, you're always looking at ways to find new ways to optimize your computer, which is a good thing. So picked up a few tips, doing things a little bit differently with video. I like the idea of creating an NVIDIA profile for each game and optimizing it. Actually going into the driver, setting 3D settings manually and all of that. So for the most part, you can set graphical settings in the game. You can do it in a preset driver, like through the NVIDIA, the Express software, or you can actually go right into the driver and modify different settings, set up different specific profiles. The driver itself, a lot of the settings are all set to default. Right? And you're stuck there like, oh, well, do I really need this? Most of the time, most of the stuff you don't. So you can subtract a little bit of shader value from here and move that up and allow those resources to be freed up to optimize them. And that's sort of what I gathered. And then at the same time, most things that are set to default fluctuate between memory, your CPU, and your GPU. Whereas if you actually get proficient at setting up gaming profiles within the driver, you can force certain things to operate on either the GPU or the CPU. Okay. And you can lock it into a video game too, right? So if you go in there, you can select like Farming Simulator, set up this entire profile of how the GPU and the driver will operate for when that specific app is up and running. So when FarmSim is up. And then whenever the game is done, right, it will run normally on default for something else, or unless you set up a different profile for World of Warcraft as an example. So locks it in, and you've got it because not every game uses the resources the same because they have different game engines that you're playing with, or there's different focus, right? How the game played, different resources, how you person, memory, etc. So generally, if I install or play, try to optimize. The other thing too is that usually game developers will try to, use a generic benchmark, right? But at the end of the day, Giants is not going to know how many hard drives you have or how much memory, right? Only you are going to, right? Or the fact that you've got maybe, I don't know, a capture card in your system. You got 5 monitors hooked up. Not everybody's going to have 5 monitors. So, I guess my point is they just don't know how far you're going to patch your system, what you're trying to do. They don't know if you're running other things that integrate. Like, they won't know whether I'm using iBeam Tracker. That's something to be consider. So we got this field done, guys. Isn't that fantastic? Got everything done in about. Hello, the Eric, the crazy Viking. Okay. Good morning to you. Everybody should go ahead and hit up Eric the Crazy Viking with a sub. Especially if you like Farming Simulator. He does pretty much it all, really. Ouch, pretty loud. Hold on a second. Something here. Remember what button I have to press. There must be something here. And how are you doing, Eric? If there's something under the map, you know what it is? Maybe if you're making a map, you can put a random sound anywhere, right? There's definitely a noise. Thought it was an object, but oh well. Hidden Easter eggs. What button did I? But yeah, welcome in, Eric. Good morning. Hopefully you're having a healthy breakfast. I just got the yeah, the uh the task of my dog of doing my 2 fields. Everything done. I probably watch it. Sorry about the John. Okay. Get rid of that point. I had 2 fields I had to basically cultivate, I think. I go part my cultivator and then I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do next. What the heck is that thing? I know what. Here. Just swing around the back. At least I don't have to do rock picking. Good. Probably will back this up a little. Face. Oh, I probably need to do the roller that. This is a fair size. You can roll before you plant. Guess we can start rolling. Have a dinghy here. All right, more field work, guys. I honestly don't know what I'm gonna plant, though. So you're doing well, all considering. So yeah, it sounds almost a little gray, but glad that you're doing okay, though. I gotta. It's good to have you in here, my friend. That you're doing well. Is your summer started? Must be getting pretty close. Or is it still fairly cool? We're on our way here. Where I'm at, we've been getting some rain lately, which is welcome. But it is definitely a lot warmer. And then as we move into June, I imagine it's going to be pretty hot. We'll have to see what happens, I guess. This is this doesn't seem right. Here. These lines are going like this instead of going that way. That's very weird. Oh well. Continue on here. But yeah, most of my live stream, I've been doing a lot of field work so far. I was going to go and see if I can do planting. I'm going to just double check that because I honestly have been so focused on what I'm doing right now that I haven't really planned out what I wanted. I could plant, I don't know, have barley. I could plant September. I really don't actually. You know what? I don't think I want to follow a crop calendar. Kind of just want to follow a. I don't want seasonal growth. Turn that off. Nope, that's better. We'll do that. Usually I do the seasonal growth, but I'm not really interested in doing that on this map. Food picture. I turned off seasonal growth. I'm not interested in doing seasonal growth. I think I'm just going to, does that change it right away? Yeah, see, I can plant and grow anytime. Okay, that's better. Know how it, so that's what we're going to do on this map, I guess. To make things a bit different. It used to be that way in 19, remember? It was like you just plant your crop one after another, right? I think I'm going to do that on this map. I'm just kind of this is going to be like a real chillax gameplay. It's going to be like a hobby farm, relax, just chill. No structure, just sort of get out there and just do your thing. No waiting for fields to grow. Well, I guess you still have to wait for them to grow, but yeah, I think I'm going to just do that. No seasons. No seasons. It's going to be... It's getting there for the temperatures. Yeah. You're a little bit further north than me. So I imagine your days are going to be really long. You get like what? I think you get like all day like sunlight? Or do you get a situation where you get like probably 2 hours of darkness or something during the summer? I have a feeling you're north enough to get like no sun, no darkness during the summer, right? Maybe I'm wrong. We're pretty close to it. Either like 4 hours dark. Parts of Canada you can get like, I think no darkness, I believe, during the summer. And then of course it's the exact opposite in the winter. People that live closer to the equator or probably have a hard time picturing that. But it does happen. If you're closer to the North Pole, based on where you live, you'll have, you know, longer amounts of sun during the summertime, or even you know, no darkness during the summer. And then it'll be the exact opposite during the winter. And then people are kind of like scratching their heads. How does that work? But it happens. And the same thing with the South Pole, but I don't think anyone really lives, no one lives at the South Pole except for researchers. But I imagine if you're like maybe, you know, southern South America, maybe people might relate to that and the opposite. That's definitely interesting. All right, we're gonna go around here. I have a feeling when I get enough money together. Right now, I'm like a poor man on this map because I only got like 148,000 in change. I'll probably buy a bulldozer and I might put a little road along the edge and redo the field edges a little bit. As an idea. Something different. Also, I'm going to try to delete some of the fence. Not a big fan of the fence, really. Parts of it, not all of it. Fence destruction. Not sure if I can do that, but I'll try. Not today, but at some point. I just turn here. I didn't do that right. Back up. Maintaining the turn. Okay, here we go. All right, forward and engage. Go. Fantastic. Making things happen here. Do one of these, I guess. Make it all the way to the end, and then I'll probably come back up the left side, and then I'll take care of this little corner area missing. Unless I can come up the right side. But we'll see. That's hard to say, right? I'm out of coffee. Well, I got a little bit. I got this on cruise control. I'll be right back. Last little bit of coffee. Micro. Perfect. We're back with a little bit of coffee. The last little bit of it, anyways, that I've got. So I'd have to make a new pot, but I'm not going to make a new pot. All right. So what's the plan? I think I'm going to come down the right side. I guess that'll be the plan. All right. Let's turn here. Put that on up. I'll scoot it all the way to the end. Nah. Let me think here. I'll be doing the right side. So over there where I'm looking. I'll finish that up. And then we'll work on this side over here. That'll be the plan. Let's go take a look at our growth stitch. That's a weird color. It's like a semi-blue. Very weird. Oh, stubble tillage. I'll have to do the buy all of this stuff, I guess. So I click on that. I thought I could click on that. Probably need to go on another one. I'll figure it out in a moment. This is still growing. Hopefully by next month I'll have these fields that I can do. How do I have to go back to precision? Sandy loam. I thought I could buy the expected yield potential. How to buy the soil sample. Oh well, I'm reaching the end of my rope here. My row. Go like that. Keep on going through, and then I'll just clean up this corner here. This oh, I guess you have to fold it. That's right, because you can't lift it. Make our way this way. Off we go. Okay. And engage. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find out if they're doing like a 4x version of this map. Because I think I would like it to be a little bit bigger, as I said earlier. So we'll just wait and see. I can't remember who the original maker of it is. Find out. I remember the history of it. I'll ask. I'm gonna ask AI. Ask Copilot. Next map. Camille 1997. Camille modding. I'm gonna ask whether he's gonna make if there's any plans for a their FS25 6X version work. So he did make one for FS22. That's after Farmer Bob made his version. So I'm playing a Farmer Bob version of the 2X map. Yeah, so there's only a let me ask if there's a 4X one. Oh, I said FS26. I meant FS. Yeah, so there's only the one map at the moment. So we'll have to see if Camille modding might do a 16 or 4X. I prefer a 4X personally. We'll see. Because I think in 22 there was a 4X and there was a 16. But Camille, I think, has done other maps. I think for he asked what maps. For FS. It's on FS22 only, I guess. So he hasn't done anything for. So we'll see. I think he's a modder too. Let's see. No projects for 25. Work remains on 22. So. But that's just how it goes too, right? You can't expect modders to stay around forever, app developers to stay around forever. So it's going to have changes. Uh, but some people have told me I should try like some of the other Australian maps. So, which I probably might look at. We'll see. Might do this for a little while on the Western Australia and then maybe switch to another Australian. Just to get myself in there. Well, just see how I feel with the small farmyard and everything like that. Like I said, it's just a little too small. It's small. I like the simplicity of the map, but it definitely needs to be a 4x at least. Or 16x, give or take. But I'm gonna play on here for a while, do a few live streams, and then maybe I might switch to something else. They're Australian. Try one of the other ones. See. The other thing that I could probably do is I can delete some of the farmyard. So, like, I may not necessarily need that large yard, or I could terraform this field. So I might do that, especially if I can delete the fence line out. Because that's usually the big thing. Because fencing put in place will just restrict where you put stuff, right? So I might try doing it. Right now I'm just starting out, so see, I've got Terraformed installed on here, so might do that. We'll see. Ranger Gaming, hello. My favorite map is PV Rivers by Dashnet. That is what my favorite map is. By far. For Farming Simulator 25. And then this one is also a good map too. I like. I've always liked the Western Australian map. I've played it on 19. Mind you, it was the larger version, and I played the 16x version of Western Australia on 19, and on Farming Simulator 22, I've played the 4x version of Western Australia and the 16x version of Western Australia on those ones. And then for other maps too on 22 anyways, because they're not here, there's the Chilliwack map, 4x Chilliwack map on Farming Simulator 22, and the Fraser Valley, British Columbia map on Farming Simulator 22. Yeah. I think also No Man's Land too. I played No Man's Land on Farming Simulator 19 and Farming Simulator. But we won't be, I don't think we'll be seeing farming. I don't think we'll see No Man's Land on 25. So I guess that's probably it. So not a lot of maps that I play. I'm a bit more selective. What's your favorite map, Ranger Gaming? Oh, fantastic. Is that can you can you give me an idea of what is on that map? Like is it more fields? Is it logging? Or is it more open? Like this map is very open. And is it situated in a part of the world too? Like, is it UK map? Is it a US map? I'm going to guess that Whitcomb Park almost. I'm going to just guess. Is that like, is that a UK map maybe? I'm going to guess UK, but I'm probably. Get to the end here. But yeah, I'm going to try to get rid of that fence over there. Not this live stream. I might do it a different stream. More focused on trying to get the job done. Focus on getting the field rolled. The UK map, but smaller, tight fields. It has been a nice challenge. You're a brave soul, Ranger. That's all I'm going to say. Very brave soul. Challenge is an interesting way of putting it. I like that. Positive thinking. Put a positive spin on something. Is that a regular sized map, or is that like a larger size, like a 4x or something? Yeah, that is the one thing that I will say. Like, so I'll say this. I don't like the small fields on UK maps, but I will say that the maps are very, 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 very beautiful. So I agree with you that way. There's a lot to see. There's a lot of richness in UK maps, right? The stone hedging, the stone hedges, or fencing, fencing, I guess. Then you got the hedges on the side of the field. You've got the small roads. There's a lot of intricate things with UK maps that I find fascinating. People that do UK maps put a lot of time and passion in, and a lot of fine detail. All right, so you're doing a lot of realistic stuff. Yes, that would be challenging too. I tip my hat to you on that. So you probably do the manual attaches, as you said, everything like that. I would have to say for manual or realistic gameplay, there is so much realistic mods that are available in 25. It's like mind blowing the amount of stuff that they put in. I think there's a lot of people that enjoy realistic farming. I think I like watching people play realistic farming, but I will be honest, I don't do a lot of realistic farming to that nature, especially with manual attach, but I do enjoy watching other people do. So there's more involved with it, I think. It's a normal map. Oh, wow. So it's on the mod hub then. That's good. That means more people can enjoy it. whether they're on console or PC. So on your on the map, what are you mainly doing now? Are you doing field work? What sort of field work are you doing? Animals, or did you just start and you're just trying to sort of figuring everything out? Oops, cruise control on. I just started on this map, so I'm kind of just doing field work and sort of haven't really figured out what I want to do yet. I just take it one live stream at a time and sort of go with the flow. But usually when I start a map, I usually get on to doing just the harvest. Harvest is already done on here so far. Then I make it into what I want it to be. My other map that I do is PV Rivers. That one's got a whole whack of stuff going on. Doing lots of cows and growing poppy and rye. Oh, so it's a multi-fruit map. That's a good thing. And cows, yeah, cows are good. Are you doing regular cows or are you doing the water buffalo? You could do both, by the way. I found out that apparently you can make a cow paddock have water buffalo and cows in it. So you can actually mix up your species if you wanted to. I first started doing cows and stuff like that. I thought, oh, well, you got to have just cows in the one barn. That's it. And then have another barn for water buffalo. But nope. You have to do that. You can mix the animals. Same with goats and sheep, by the way. Put sheep and goats in the same barn. The poppies are interesting. Do you put the poppies into production? Like, is there specialized production on there, or do you just sell it? Like poppy cake or something like that, maybe. I don't know. Poppy muffin. Lemon poppy muffins. That's what they're called. You can get these like lemon muffins, like lemon flavored muffins that have poppy seeds on them. Poppy seed muffins? I don't know what they're called, but I just remember them. Interesting. Oh, okay. What kind of production is it, do you know? Like, is it like a bakery or is it something else? I don't even know what else you can do with poppy. I guess you could do floral arrangements. I have seen mods that do floral arrangements. Yeah, that's what you do. Either that or, I don't know, Remembrance Day pins. It's always that. Or Poppy Day. Poppy Day in the UK, you guys call it. We call it Remembrance Day in Canada. Poppy seed. Oh, yeah, poppy seed oil. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, you could do that. But think of that. Since it's an oil, it's probably quite profitable, I imagine. Like canola oil or olive oil. And then make batches of that and then just haul it off to the market and sell it. Get to the end here. And then you've got the rye. So does the rye go into a special production too? Or is that just a flour? This way. Hitting the fence. Going to be your next purchase? The production? Is that the poppy seed oil production? Is that like built into the map, or is it something that you need to place down? I know some maps usually they'll just put it in. That makes rye makes flour. That makes sense. I imagine you can make a specialized bread from the rye flour as well. I've experienced that sometimes with certain flour, like multi-fruit maps. You get a flour base and make a different bread. Oh, it's in the map? Alright, so you'll end up buying that. Sounds like you've got a plan, that's for sure. And then you've got cows. Everybody makes a lot of money off of cows. Get your milk going and everything like that. Oh, yeah. Oh. Make this to the end here. And I have to remember to come back here. Actually, you know what? I think I'll just finish that off. Just fold this up. Spin around and try to get this corner because I have a feeling I'm going to forget. Put that down. That way I don't have to come to this end. Just work out great. Spin around. I'll get this little bit over here. All right. What other unique productions do you get on the map? Or multi-fruit, I should say? Is it just only the poppies and the rye that are unique, or do you have others on there? Get to the end here. I guess the real question too is, can you grow poppies and rye in the UK? I always wondered about that. I don't even know if you can. Always something that I wondered. Because usually sometimes when people try to make a map, they usually try to keep consistent with the area. Not always, though. I mean, there are some maps where they have additional multi-fruit options that aren't even related to the area, but most map makers will try to keep consistent to the area that they're working in. Triticale, belt, grain maize, green rye, vetch rye, field grass, silage maize, hummus activator, mustard. Mustard sounds interesting. I did not know that there was more than one variety of rye. That I find interesting. And I forget what triticale is. I've heard of it before. Including in Farming Simulator, but I've never played on a map that had triticale. And linseed. Linseed is canola, isn't it? Sure. Or I'm wrong. I could be wrong. My brain goes down one path thinking of something that's completely wrong. And the map has all of those specifics that are real in the... Okay, so they did make the map authentic to the actual specific crops for the region. So that's good. Adds more to the realism, yes. And make it as real as possible, or authentic, I guess. Authentic is the better word. Not realism. Haven't messed with it before? Yeah. Oh, fair enough. But there's a lot of props and stuff that I haven't even touched myself either. I kind of reminds me of like grapes and olives. You know, when that first came out in 22, it was like, oh, I'm going to get on there. I'm going to start doing grapes and olives. I was like thrilled to see it, but never really got to doing it. Nope. You just start playing and your focus goes elsewhere. You just take that idea or a concept and put it at the bottom of the list. Oh, I can put that off till later. I'll put that off till later. No rhyme or reason. Okay. So, this is getting a little tricky here. This field is almost done. I've got one more field I need to roll. So, I'm glad that we're having a good conversation, because when it comes to field rolling, right, or especially on large fields, I don't have the largest roller either. This is a not too bad. It's a 12-meter roller, so give or take, it's good to have a good conversation when you're doing these little tasks here and there. Or big tasks, I should say. Turn here. But overall, it sounds like you've got a good gameplay set up that's going to keep you busy. You've got a challenging map. That's beautiful. You've got multi-fruit capability with some interesting productions. And then you're adding, you know, some realism to it. So 2 thumbs up to you on that. Brave soul. Turn here. Well, one thing that I will say about small fields, right? A lot of the time, what I end up doing is I just get into big equipment, right? Um, but the wonder of those UK maps is that it gives you the opportunity to work the small fields with smaller equipment, um, and appreciate, you know, the the work that Giants or a modder has put into smaller equipment too. We keep on focusing on, oh well, let's get the biggest this, the biggest that, right? I'm gonna go right to the end and then go down the strip on the left side and sort of come up over there, I guess. Hit H and oh, I'm gonna go up the piece that I missed. Doesn't have the to get big equipment. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I mean, I have played on a few UK maps that have small fields, and uh, or yeah, maps that have small fields, and then you buy that large combine, you try to turn it, and you're like, no, you're just better off with just using the small equipment. It's just not practical to use the big equipment. Some people do find a way to make it work, though, but good luck trying to get that, class Lexian. I don't know, I think it's class Lexian harvester with, I don't know, large, large headers through the small little gates and stuff like that. It's possible. I've done it, but not always that good. It's not even. Sometimes you like when is it really worth my time? The large equipment. But like I said, if it wasn't for those maps, it would you wouldn't really have much of a purpose for small equipment, right? So it really gives the small equipment enthusiasts a map that keeps you in the realm of what you want to play with, right? Go over here. I'm gonna go up and down on this here. Spin around. I honestly don't know what I'm going to plant on this field to figure that out. I can plant anything. I'm not doing seasons, so I'm not restricted. What I need to do. I'm going to use the original planter that I have. I have a very small one. Find a farm layout with unlimited money. No, there's definitely an art to that too. I've watched a few videos where people have a deep passion and enjoyment of building a farm. So, like, I'm not really great at doing that, but I am just amazed at what people can make, you know, using the the in-game landscaping tool, and I've done a bit of landscaping. I've had moments where I just sort of zone out and I've just sat back and I just started putting stuff down and had an enjoyable time just putting barns down, putting fencing down, putting shrubs and trees down and stuff like that. I've had moments like that in playing Farm Sim. It's pretty chillax and relaxing. I just wish I was more talented at it, but I guess you got to have more practice, right? Practice perfect, as the saying goes. I'm gonna make it to the end here. Turn. Do you do anything with Terraform, or no? That's more of a PC mod. I'm not sure if you play on PC or console. You can get pretty creative, I suppose, with Terraform. I do a fair amount of terraforming by doing that. But that's a little bit more time consuming, right? Compared to just getting into the landscaping tool and putting things down. Yeah, this field's almost done. Oh, no, you do like mining maps with Terraform? Oh, okay. Yeah, I love the Terraform mod. I think it's like fantastic. My other map that I play on, PV Rivers, I do a lot of terraforming on there. You just sit back and then you just set your, your survey tool and off you go. And the use of the roller, I think, is cool too. Oh, that's like the best. Especially when you're trying to do roads. You just set the paint tool and then you just get in I don't know, a roller. Or compactor, actually, I should say. I use the word compactor because we have rollers in game. But compactor, just start painting the roadways and everything like that. This map, I'm going to probably do some terraforming. Like this, I might, like this roadway here, I'll probably do that differently. I might even put some, I don't know, roadways around this field. I got some rough ideas of what I might want to do if I decide to do some terraforming on here. Some more ditches, stuff like that, more plants. Make it more beautiful, I guess. The saying goes. I have to find out if Western Australia has like water brushes in it, like cattails. I don't know if they have cattails in Australia. I'll have to see what sort of water plants they have. Because I feel that on this map I could probably put like over here. Like I feel like I could probably put some more vegetation in here. So I might do that. Just to make it look a little bit better. Beautify it. And then the other thing that I might do, like right where I'm about to drive, right, or operate, tractor here. I think I might put a road here. I could probably terraform a road, like right where I'm driving right now. Maybe not this wide, but along the fence line. Um, just a few ideas. Right now, I got to get more money though, because I'm at 149,000, so I can't really afford a bulldozer or anything. But that'll get fixed in no time. I'll be rolling in money sooner or later. All right, we're gonna pull out here. We're gonna go to the other field. Is my Hickory Brook Farms. I don't know what that's for. Is that like a sell point? Find out. Go. I think it's a side stand. Sell station, grain yard. I don't know what that is. Farmers market. It's probably this sell station grain yard. Can I here? Oh, here. Can I like pin that? I might be too close. But if I go over here? Nope, I don't know where that is. Selling station grain yard. Probably far away. Egg. Oh, there's a farmer's market? Oh, yeah. That's the main. I don't know what this station is for. To figure it out. Hickory. I think it's like a farm stand. Pretty sure. I think they put farm stands in here. I have a greenhouse too. I gotta put water in that. Alright, well, I will try selling something there later. At some point. This is my second live stream, so how do you... I think there's like a time thing, right? Forget where it shows you how long you've been playing for. Let me hit. I can probably look at the equipment. So yeah, like I've got like 1 month, right? Literally. And I've done 2 live streams. So not very long. Just starting. Like this is the not even the equipment that I purchased. It was given to me. Finance tab. There's statistics. Wait. Oh. Here we go. So it shows you how many hectares I have worked. Distance. I don't go into this section very much. Let's see what work time. Session. 1. I think that's 1 year. Total 2 years? No. 2 hours? That's what we got here. Grapes. I haven't harvested any grapes. Oh, here's my session stuff. Total. Fuel usage. Hectares. So 33 hours. So not very much. Not very much time. Oh, it's a brand new map. It's like my second live stream on it. My PV Rivers map has a lot of time on it though. A lot. I'm just taking a break from it. I've got a train that I'm trying to put on it, and I've got, I don't know, all sorts of productions. I'm building bridges on that thing. I got so much stuff on the go on that map. So this is like my vacation farm, I guess you could say right now. I've got, I don't know, all sorts of big equipment. I'm doing logging on there. I'm doing, you name it. Had it all going crazy. And that one's a 4X map. And my major terraforming project on there was digging out an area for my olive grove. So I imagine that when I return to that map, I'll be planting an olive grove, I guess. And then I've got a rail system that I'm putting in. I've got like a train, because I've got like the train mods on there. Got both of those on there, so that keeps me pretty busy. The railway hasn't gotten very far because I got a huge like hill where I have to backfill terraforming material in there with dump trucks. It's yeah, it's crazy. And then I do have farms. I have potatoes that I grow a lot. And I've got a sugarcane field. I've been growing a lot of sugarcane too. And then I've got a mixed cow and water buffalo farm or barn. Oh, for sure, Ranger Gaming. Thanks for stopping in. Good luck with your UK map there. And we'll talk again. It's been a good chat. I'm gonna try to get this field much finished, I guess. I think my next episode I'll probably get into planting on here. And I'll probably be doing a canola harvest, I guess. I don't know. Probably planting. But what I'll be planting. Get a corner here. So I was given some seed. We'll see what we can do with seed, I guess. Even if I can't get the entire field seeded, do part of the field, I guess. And we'll see what happens. I got a bit of a road tunnel there. Crazy. And I have 2 fields left to harvest. I still have to do field 4. To do field 2 and 5. I'm not sure what we have in here. I think we have soybean. And then we have, yeah, a lot of soybean. And canola. So both cash crops. There's some good stuff there. And then I'll buy some more equipment slowly as well. As we sort of get to where we're at, I guess. I have a slightly decent combine, so I'll probably be fine there. Like I said, we'll make more money as we go along, sell stuff, expand. We'll figure it out. I'm running out of fuel on this tractor, man. Workhorse. I'm at just below half. I should have enough. Now, when you start a map, it's like, well, depending on how you start, right? I usually work with whatever I've got, and then I just slowly work my way up. So I've already upgraded some of my equipment. Once I start, biting into the canola and harvesting that and selling that, or the soybeans for that matter, I should make a little bit more money and slowly upgrade my equipment. I'm not a John Deere fan, so I can tell you one thing, the John Deere's going to go bye-bye. Add in the equipment that I usually like to play with and use. The roller, I think I'll probably keep for a little bit longer. I mean, it's a decent-sized roller. The cultivator, I probably might upgrade that. Right. I'll be letting you guys know we'll be going versatile again. I think I'll probably be getting into some bigger versatile equipment. So compared to what I've got on TV Rivers, because the fields on here are huge, so I could probably get into more of the Plains and Prairies DLC equipment a little bit more. So we'll see. Because some of these fields are fairly thin size. I'm not sure if I'll go the next pack approach. We'll have to see on that. Might do some more MacDon for sure. Enjoy doing the MacDon stuff. I'm also planning on getting into the Straw Harvest DLC. I think I can put that on. See, because I can't do the Straw Harvest DLC on PV rivers because there's just too many fill types on there. So it doesn't really work that great on that map. But this map, I should be able to do that because it's not using any specialized crops. We'll do that. Might get into onions, other things. So take the map and make it the way you want to, and try stuff out that you want to try. Make it to the end here, and yeah, I think I'll make rolling my main task for this live stream, and once I've got that done, we'll probably wrap it up. Cool. I already did the transport shipping of the wheat, so I did sell my wheat already. It didn't take very long. And then I upgraded the truck. So the truck in the thumbnail is no longer there. I went with a Volvo, and I also stole the trailers. I went with a different trailer just to make things a little easier. So what you see in the thumbnail for the live stream, not what you're getting anymore. The saying goes. Flip around here and Nick Kelly, welcome in. We're doing some rolling business. Folks, Nick has been part of my community for a while. Hit him up with support his channel, hit the link, say hello. I'm just bashing through the field here in some roller business. How have you been, my friend? Hopefully life has been treating you well. Doing quite well. The live stream's been fantastic. So, getting a lot done. Enjoying the map too, the new map. So, I haven't given up on the other map. Taking a break from PV Rivers. Just to add a different flavor to my live stream repertoire. Sometimes you just get burnt out, right, on a particular map, and you just say, well, I need to try something else. Have you taken a stab at Farming Simulator any further? Because I know we talked about it, I think, a couple of months ago. But I don't know if you actually got into doing any Farming Simulator. I think your American Truck Simulator, that has come out with an update, I think, recently. So if you've been doing it, that. ATS is always good, I guess. I do have ATS. It's a game that I thought about trying to get back into or trying. Kind of interesting to see how the I-beam tracker would work with that. Haven't gotten around to it. maybe I'll get to it. Go here. Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah. No, I completely understand. ATS is easier to get right into because you just jump in the truck and then you just sort of flow with it. Farming simulator, you do have to take your time with it. Farming simulator, I think, is less structured. I mean, there is some structure to it, but for some people, because it's just so open, it can be a bit of a challenge, right? For me, it's just second nature, right? I just jump in there and I sort of have an idea of what I want to get into or what I have to start off with, right? Some people go really crazy. Like I'm usually pretty chill and relaxed when I do my farming simulator setup. I just work with what I got and then I just sort of let it materialize in my brain. I'm working, but there's some people that are just crazy, Nick. Literally crazy. They've got it all mapped out. They were like, I need $5 million. I'm going to put my cow barn in. I'm going to harvest this. I'm going to do this. And they got all that formulated in their brain before they even start playing Farm Simulator. Crazy. Yeah, ATS has a lot of updates. I noticed they had a update. I updated my ATS. What was it? Last week there was a large update. So it's good that they're keeping it up to date and adding more content. Good to do it now before summer kicks in. Because once summer kicks in, that's really when a lot of people start video gaming a lot, right? So did one of the prime times to get people doing some gaming. Get the game all cleaned up, raring to go. Flip over here. One game that I'm kind of looking at is Transport Fever 3. I think it's 3, or is it 2? No, it's 3. Like an interesting game, too. But on ATS, they should probably look at that a little bit. Sometimes I like to just jump on there and just start trucking, right? Especially now that you've got like so many different like states that are open up. Even British Columbia and Canada is open up now, so you can jump in there and start doing BC highways if you want. I'll have to see what the British Columbia update looks like for ATS. I wonder if it goes through Chilliwack. I don't know. That would be. I imagine it would go through Chilliwack. especially if the entire province is authentically, part of ATS. I don't play enough ATS to know how real and authentic it is. I'd have to leave that up to the impressions and the opinions of the people that really play the game hardcore. And I don't fall into that category by any stretch of the imagination. But if someone that plays ATS a lot knows about it and says, yeah, it's pretty authentic, then chances are probably my city is in there on that British Columbia one for American Truck Simulator. Get to the end here. I think I'm probably going to have to give this John Deere a good washing back to the farm. Then on the thing. That's another thing I'll mention to people. You're tuning in. I do have the Twitch link up there, so if you want to listen to music, I do have music playing on my Twitch live. Keep that in mind. In case if you don't want just the conversation and the tractor noises. So I'm trying to add a little bit more variety, I guess, to how I do my live streams and stuff like that. Or do things a little bit, I guess to add a little bit more diversity and I guess more options. So if people want to hear music and my live stream and my conversation all at once, they can go to Twitch. And on YouTube, it'll be, I think I'm going to keep it as just, farming. Like what I'm doing right now. So if you're on YouTube, what you hear is what you hear right now. I think that's probably what I'm going to try out, see how it goes. And then I'll just share the Twitch link at the top too. So if people want to listen to some of the music like I've got going, like right now I got Lionel Richie playing Oh What a Feeling. So I figured out how to get the VOD track system set up. So that means that, I can play copyrighted music but it won't affect the channel or anything like that, right? It takes a bit of sophisticated setup, I guess. Without having it affect my YouTube live stream at all. Add some interesting flavor to it, I guess. I mean, I could get really, really phrasing technical too. Like I could have, epidemic sound music on one YouTube live stream. Like if I wanted to, because you guys know that I do vertical and horizontal, I could probably have a soundtrack go to a different soundtrack go to vertical, right? And then I could have my horizontal without any. So I could really get really, really crazy with it if I wanted to, I suppose. It's just track manipulation, really. But you just get into doing mixing. So I use mixing software on my PC, so I can really just crazy. Like when the music is playing, I can cancel it out to the point that I don't hear it, but my live stream hears it. It's like crazy. Getting to what is software audio mixing, basically. So most people don't like getting into understanding how to do tracks and how to manipulate that. I'm like at the point where I'm interested in learning how to do that or figuring that out. So most of the knowledge for live stream that I just, it's like building a Jenga tower where I just, I focus on, well, how do I do this? And how do I optimize my personal skill set and understanding to make that awesome, right? And then once I learn that, then I go and I say, okay, well, what else do I want to learn, right? So, and that's sort of just how I operate, right? I just start adding another skill set on top of what I know, right? So, people that have been part of my community for quite a while, like Nick, have seen my channel build and some of the crazy stuff that I've started off. Like I started off with the bare minimum, and seen what I have built, right, over the years. And I keep on building and building and building and building, right? Something new comes out, or there's a new thing I want to do. And it takes time to read and research and, learn how to do it. Sometimes it's pretty, some people, sometimes it can be a little bit more involved. And you just add that extra skill on there and you figure it out, right? All right, turn here. But for live streaming, I honestly think that probably in the next 1 to 2 years, or probably even the next 6 months, or maybe even tomorrow, you're going to see some amazing tools with regards to, AI. Really. I'm just waiting for someone to say, you know what, why can't we do this with AI? Right? We're getting there. We're getting there. There is some, there's like the, what is that AI? Was it Spark AI by Mouth Studio? So they've already started integrating. I played with it a little bit. They've added that into, as a tool for live streamers. So that means like if you want to make a custom alert, you can make a custom alert on the fly. No one else has ever considered making. So, but it's there, it's available. So what else can they come up with, right? Most of the AI stuff is like, how do I search for something? Or how do I make an AI video? Or how do I make a thumbnail, right? AI thumbnail, right? But I honestly think they can probably do a better job at using AI for other tools, for other concepts, right? Help the live streamer, manage the live stream. That's probably what I'm mainly looking for, because the AI market for, content creation is so saturated. It's so saturated that people are sick of it. That's why you've got all these channels that have AI videos all coming down, right? People are like, we're tired of it. We don't want to see any more AI shorts or AI this or AI that, right? So then people that build, AI tools, right, for content creation now are going to have to start thinking, okay, well, maybe we need to start making management programs or AI, right? Management, I guess the term would be AI streaming agents, basically, right? So that you have a streaming agent that assists you during your live stream. That is what I think they should be focusing on, right? I think they will do it. I mean, obviously gutting the AI video market, shorts market, right? I mean, YouTube is doing that. They're just clamping down on all the AI slop, right? So obviously those companies need to figure out something else, right? So if they built tools to build that AI slop, right, they're gonna have to think, well, how can we make AI still prominent for content creators, but take it in a different approach. So I'm hoping they'll move into management program or management agent, streaming management agent, where I can go, especially if it responds to voice commands. I can say, well, I want to do a Twitch stream, and I'm going to be playing Farming Simulator 25 on Western Australia, and I'm going to be hauling away my grain. Can you get me a title, tags, a description, and I'll plug that in and schedule it for me for 5 o'clock, right? And it goes ahead and does all of that for you. Then you don't have to spend the time to do all of that, right? You can just, it would be so much easier because then, you get off work and you just tell this AI agent, I want to live stream at 5 o'clock. And these are the parameters. Build the live stream for me and then hit live. Go. Right? That's what I think they need to do. Rocket, welcome in, my friend. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Welcome in. Rocket's been part of my community for a while. If you're on YouTube, go hit the link and say hello. Hit him up with a sub. And if you love rockets, he'll talk with you all day about rockets, okay? Anything having to do with outer space, pretty much. Those type of rockets. Welcome in, my friend. How are you doing? Hopefully all is well in Australia for you. I can tell you one thing, I'm doing great in Australia. Look at this, no rain. Nope, you're all good, my friend. Real life happens. I completely understand. Yep, aerospace flight. Space flight. I'm betting that you probably watched the whole moon action. If I'm not mistaken. Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. Okay, I'm gonna clean this up, I think. Oh, I probably shouldn't driven this way. I feel up my tractor too. Right here. Try to fuel up here. Takes a while to fill up. Oh, that's doing that. Let's go watch this. I haven't caught a lot of the moon thing, but I did catch a bit, which is good. Artemis 2? Yeah. I hope that they do land on the moon at some point. Especially on the other side of the moon. Interesting to get more pictures of that and I don't know, do something more, I guess, with the moon, I guess. Maybe one day they should. It would be interesting to see a colony put up there somewhere or something. No, there's more stuff that they could probably do, I feel. Back this up and park it. I'm gonna park it on an angle, I think. Back this up here. No one really, nobody really talks about, well, like these are our plans for the moon, right? Never talks that way. It's like, well, we're going to visit the moon, we'll skip, hop, and jump on the moon, but they never really say anything, what would we like to do with the moon? I mean, there are some scientists and stuff that talk about it, but, you don't really hear anything put into action, right? Infuriated with NASA's upcoming decision for the Artemis program. That's all good and well. Oh, why? What are they planning on doing? Are they? You said you're infuriated with it. So what are they doing then? Can we plant with this thing? This is I can do wheat, barley. We're gonna do we'll do barley. The barley, I guess. I'm not gonna put fertilizer in. I'm gonna start planting. Slowly work my way up, I guess. Oh, thank you. You mean the layout and everything? Yeah. I've been working hard on getting that going. Trying to clean it up. And make it as presentable as possible. I still got a little bit more to do. I haven't gotten around to it because, I start building things slowly. But the next step that I want to do is sort of put a bit of a mist effect, like on some of the stuff, like the red forest and all of that. I'll get to doing that when I have an interest in getting into my video editing program. Because that's where I do all of that. That's how I build my animations and everything. And then I've added, the widgets with the time frames. And I've been doing a bit of that. And also the weather. I have to move the Chilliwack a little bit. But thank you. You're the first person that has actually commented on it. So most of it I do for my own enjoyment to build these things, right? Because I geek out on it, as you know. But it's good that I'm getting some feedback on it, because as much as I like to do things for myself, I would like to make sure that whatever my vision is aligns in with the people that actually watch my live streams. ICPS used after the main orange core state completed will no longer be used from Artemis. Oh, okay, so they're retiring it. Opting for a Century 5 upper stage. United Launch Alliance. I will admit it's a slightly better upper stage. It really infuriates you is that the ICPS is specifically made for the SLS rocket they use in the Artemis program. In other words, they're changing the way that the modules and the different aspects of the rocket. Does it negatively impact it at all? I gotta figure out where my seed is. Give me a sec here. Stuff in here. That's oh, that's empty. This has got seed in it. I think I have to open up. Oh, do I have to open up the seeder first? Oh, this is gonna be. Oh, I bet you it is. I probably have to back in. Oh, this is the one that you have to back into it. I have to fold this up again. I don't think I'm going to like this seeder very much. Oh well, let's see what happens here. I'm going to back it up. Okay. Back up. Let's see what happens when I back up. Let's see if it'll cooperate. I just need seed in it. Come on. Oh, yeah, open that up. I can't pull up alongside it. This seeder is a fail, I think. I don't think this went very well for a plan. Oh, wait. I think I do it now. There we go. Barley in there. All right. We're all set. I'm good now. Kind of waste of development. Yeah. Like the nice and red. Yes. I'm glad that I put the red in. It just seems to flow quite nicely. And then I got my versatile tractor in there. I just seems to go well. I tried green. You remember the green, the yellow green, and then I went green and then yellow green, and I just don't know. The green just didn't work. Then I finally made it to red, right? Really happy about that. It just seems to go better, I think. And less distracting, I think. I mean, red is a distracting color, obviously, but because it's a darker red, it's not so, I don't know, blinding? So I think it went well. Just took me, what, I don't know, 3 years to finally settle on a better color. Let's see here. It's kind of a waste in development, yeah, for the modules. Well, they must have had a purpose or something. Maybe it's part of their new R&D, or they were trying something else out. I don't know. But you're probably more of an expert on that than I am. But I will take your word on it. You say it's a waste, no benefit. If I do it, maybe they just figured, well, we got this extra budget money. Let's just throw it at this. Maybe I don't know. Don't actually. Let's see. I don't exactly think it's a negative. Have to see plays out long term, right? Yeah, that's the thing. Just have to kind of wait and see how it plays out, because you never know. You might be surprised. I don't know. I can't really see them making a willy-nilly decision. I mean, obviously they could, but you would think that when they would have a practical decision. Okay, I'm gonna try planting. Am I planting? No. I think I am. I think I am. Let's go in cab because it's a little quiet. Those gulls go a little loud. More countries are getting into doing a lot of the space stuff, though, so that's good. I mean, for the longest while, it was just, Russia and United States. But then, you got your SpaceX, you've got your, Jeff Bezos. India's putting stuff in space. I don't know. There's other countries, too. I think Australia does. Yeah, I think you guys got stuff going up there, I guess. Canada still, we're still a little bit, we're behind. We're just floating the idea of getting into space in Canada by starting or jump starting an aerospace industry, but we're still way behind. I mean, we do have experience. I mean, we've committed the Canadian arm. We've put astronauts in space and stuff like that. So, I know. So we're not like completely like way behind, right? So we'll have to see, I guess, what we come up with. Yes, and China too. I can't forget about China. Up the development of the SLS Block 1B, which was an improved version of the Block 1 SLS or Artemis. Overall, I mean, I'm not an expert on, I don't follow space too much. But I think based on my basic knowledge and interest and understanding, I'm encouraged to see that more countries are getting on board with, putting stuff up there. Because that means that there's more research and development, more brains behind it, that sort of thing, right? I hope I'm planting here. I need a double check. Yeah, I've got barley going. I'm fine. So, now back onto what I'm saying about having other countries get involved in doing this kind of stuff. The more people, the more focused and more people doing these types of things, and that's loud. Wow, I'm going in cap. That are focused on doing that means that it can expedite these types of ideas and concepts. Is basically what I'm trying to get at, right? I mean, it helps the advancement, right? You get more people R&D. There's more people interested in becoming, you know, astrophysicists and into the whole space-bearing concept of it. So you get more hands in the bucket, means that the technology can grow fast. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. And it's not a cheap industry. I know it's not. I mean, you throw billions upon billions of dollars into it, right? And the more people that are interested in it and, gets behind it, you can see it rapidly grow a lot quicker. Kind of like cell phones, right? And mobile technology, right? Yeah, we contributed the Canadian arm. So, with that, like what you're saying with the Canada arm, we're not that, I mean, we don't have the ability to launch our stuff up there, right? But we do have because we built that Canadian arm, we do have at least some of the expertise to get a program off, right? If we wanted to. And I think that's what is great about Canada. So we're not completely out of commission is what I'm trying to say on it. I mean, we don't build rockets and stuff like that, but that's okay because we've got other expertise. So we're not that far behind. So we're behind, but not like to the point, well, you might as well not even bother, right? We're not in that category of don't even bother, right? But we do have, like, our people are interested in doing it. So, I think even with the fact that it's part of what we are and, we're in there. I gotta try to turn here. Those seagulls are so noisy. Can I put this on? Okay, I don't know if I did like 2 headlands. Oh yeah, I did do 2 headlands. I'm gonna start at the end here. Man, those gulls are really annoying. I'll put that down. Check the chat in a sec here. Ta-da! All right. Yeah, exactly. So, because we contribute in some fashion, we do have, like, a knowledge base to work on. Or we have the people that do have the understanding of, what to do. So, which means that we've got our foot in the door to build our own, our own program. So, which is a bonus and 2 thumbs up on that. And I think if we didn't have that, I think we'd probably be in worse shape. But because of that contribution, I think that helps us get our footing in it. You like the map so far? Are you playing on this map? On the Western Australia one? I don't know if you are or not. I've enjoyed this map a lot. I played. Well, I just started on it now, but I have played it like on other versions of Farming Simulator, and I've always enjoyed it. It's very simply designed, right? You know, you got one shop area, and then you have a lot of large fields. So that's why I particularly like the Western Australia map. And you just get in there, right? You just also the start of this map is always that you've got like large fields to harvest. So you don't have to try to figure out, well, what am I going to do next, right? I think that's what I like about this map the most. Probably going to improve it. Like I'm probably going to do some landscaping on here, some terraforming, other things, I guess. But you can just jump in a tractor, start working, and then just sort of play and then kind of visualize what you're eventually going to do with it later, I guess. And you can use a lot of big equipment on it. Lots of pros. Yeah, we're probably going to have a few private companies as well. So, one of our ministers talked quite a bit about it, like I think 2 months ago or something like that. And gave us kind of a rough idea that we're kind of moving in there. We've had, I think, a few different private companies looking at, you know, launch sites. I think more Eastern Canada is what they've been talking about. They figure that they can make it beneficial. Now, the thing is, you know, if we actually make it successful to launch something, like some private company figures something out to launch from Canada, like Canada is not really considered probably the ideal place as I understand it. People always say, well, you need to have the right temperature, you need the right this, you need the right that, you know, obviously you know what I'm talking about, right? So you can't just launch anywhere, right? But let's just say someone takes on the challenge and then they say, oh, well, guess what? I'm going to launch something off from Canada, right? In the middle of the winter or something. I don't think they would do it in the winter, but my point is that would be like groundbreaking. That would just like, you know, everybody would like, what the heck? You know, their eyes are just going to pop out of their head and say WTF, right? And that would be, what do you call it, game changing if someone actually figures out how to do it. Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we don't have the ideal inclination for launches, but I have seen some companies say, well, we're going to give it a try. So obviously a lot of people are going to say, well, I don't know about that, right? In your dreams, right? A lot of people say, oh, in your dreams, right? But just think of it. You get some company that actually takes the challenge on and figures it out. I mean, that's just going to, you know, blow people's minds, right? I think that's the interesting point on it, I guess. Electron rocket, hypersonic aircraft wouldn't be out of the question for you. Yeah, orbital missions, polar orbital missions. That would be good. There's a lot that we could learn from orbiting the polar area. There's a lot of interesting things that happen, right? You get everything from the northern lights, you get polar shifts and stuff like that. It's just not something that's really looked at a lot. Sorry about the seagulls. Just get around this corner. Had to turn here. Hit my H button and go. Yeah, I think just lift this up. I gotta do my... Oh, I did 3. Yeah, give me a sec here. I did not know I did like 3 headlands. Gotta get myself moving here. Yeah, I think it'll make its turn on its own if I go in cap. There we go. But yeah, doing different missions and stuff and having people doing different parts of the world, right? I think would be fascinating. We start our own polar program and then we start putting things up there and kind of analyze a whole new different region. I think that would be fantastic. And then you get, you know, someone should do the South Pole. Don't know who would do that. We'll leave that to you Australians because I think you guys are closer, right? Mind you, I think Antarctica is like nobody really talks about it, but I think it's a huge continent down there. Far larger than, you know, the North Pole. And not many people know about that. But it would be interesting to have more information on that. Do some spacefaring missions over the Antarctica. I don't really think too much about Antarctica or South Pole. Get more focus on that, I think. But anyways, I think we've got some interesting stuff happening. So you get more people building stuff, and then you know, just like anything else, you get all these like committees built, right? And then you get people talking with Australians, and you got people talking with Canadians, and talking to a Chinese, and the whole thing's on, and the group grows bigger and bigger and bigger. The next you know it, it's like the Jetsons, right? I get in my own little private aircraft and I take off from, I don't know, Chilliwack, and I fly up into the moon or something. Get more people interested in it and developing for it. It helps the technology grow fast, for the most part. Actually been playing Kerbal Space Program a lot more now. Taking it slow so I don't burn out, and trying out career mode for my first time. Well, there you go. That's the better way to do it. If you spend so much time on a game, you can easily get burnt out. I do that myself. Oh, there's those pigs. That's why I switched maps, right? Got me enthusiastic about jumping in because I like the Western Australian map. And I'm like, oh, came out. Go jump in and play that. Here I am. But yeah, I understand. Any game you can get burnt out if you do it too often. Or you do it too quickly too, right? Then you're like some people, they like, well, I beat the end boss now. Now what do I do? Right? A lot of people have been there in that situation. I'm like, well, I guess I gotta buy another video game, right? And that game, I think people are live streaming a little bit more. I think I've seen a couple of Twitch streams or something. People playing that particular Kerbal Space Program game. Doing tourism for funds, and I landed my first Kerbal on the moon. I think that's moon in career mode. Much later than I typically do. Uh-oh. Tractor now. Just gonna turn around here. So fuck. I'm gonna back up. Back up a bit. Alright. Just hit that. And go. I think I'll make it around the corner. Oh, here comes the seagulls again. See if this makes a turn on its own. I don't think it will. Oh. To babysit it a little bit. Check here. Okay, there we go. Now I can look at the chat. Oh, and I'm gonna go in cap because it's too loud. The birds. KSP, you pronounce the moon. Mun? Mun? Why do you pronounce it that way? Why do you pronounce it mun? I call it moon. This is crazy. Hello, Paul. Welcome in. Paul Elkington. Hopefully you got that. Glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. Mun. Is it an accent thing? Is that why they pronounce it mun? And KSP? Must be an accent thing. The only thing I can think of. What are we doing here? Back up here. Around here. Give me a sec. I'm gonna this corner fix. Do this quick. Because I have to do my ups and downs now. I'm gonna go to the far end of the field. And noisy seagulls. Okay, over here, and then I can do my ups and downs. Okay, put that down. All right, and go. All right. That's the first way you said it. Well, that's the KSP way. Oh, okay. It said that way, referring to KSP's moon. Okay. I'm going to say it's probably an accent thing, probably. Maybe. And I think when I first said it, I probably just slurred it. Slur my words at times. I bet. But the spelling's weird. Weird. All right, getting to the end here. I think I might even have enough seed to get this. But I'm definitely glad that there's a lot of cool stuff going on with KSP, that you're enjoying the game. Space in general. They need to, I think it's good because you need kind of a bit of a revival, right? I think Star Trek has held the torch long enough, I would say, trying to keep people interested in outer space. It's about time that, stuff actually get built. One thing that I know this might sound a little controversial, but it would be interesting if they just figure out a way to put, like, I don't know, more robots on the moon or something, other than the rover. And there's some pretty interesting stuff in robotics that has happened. Oh, throw a Tesla bot up there or something. Well, it doesn't even have to be a Tesla bot. No, China has a whole whack of robotic stuff. Japan has a whole whack of robotic stuff. So let's just get it all up there, Just so we know what the heck's going on, right? And then put a bunch of solar panels up there. Have them return to their solar powered, I don't know, make a capsule, a solar capsule. Just get the lay of the land and figure it all out. Yeah, well, there's a lot of cool stuff. You haven't played in an exceptionally long time, as I know. So, I don't know. It's been, what, 6 months, you said? You say 6 months? Just scroll up. You said it was 6 months. Are you caught up on all the DLCs, or do you have to buy the DLCs? Or did you buy the season pass? And do there's some really good Australian maps too that are out. I think end of 22 I was saying, why don't we have more like Southern Hemisphere maps, stuff like that. So I think there was a huge focus from map creators to focus on that, which I think is great. I haven't tried the other Australian maps. I just have a warm, soft spot for this one. But I do know that there's some really great maps that are out there for New Zealand and Australia. Maybe I might try one of them. See, but I think overall I'm just happy that they're doing that. That you get more of that going on. Just enjoying season 1 and all the mods I get. PC. Yeah, fair enough. And I agree with you, Paul. There's a lot of great maps coming up. Crazy. I do think I might try another Australian map, though. Might try another one. I've always been very specific and selective. Like, I don't I don't like try a new map every 6 months or anything like that. I'm not that kind of player, right? But I don't know. I don't know. Someone convinced me on my last stream to consider another Australian map. So might do that. I just have to look into it and have to choose one and research it a little bit. So, but I think if I do another map, it'll probably going to be one of the newer Australian ones. So we'll see. It's just because I've gotten so into this one that I'm like, I might try something. I don't know. I'm very stubborn that way, you know. I usually get set in my ways, but then this little light bulb comes on. Oh crap! Those pigs again. Go away! Stop eating my food or my barley. Just showed up because I just started planting. I bet. Turkeys. Welcome in, the Sim guy. Good morning to you, sir. Everybody should go ahead and hit him up with some likes and love as well. He's been a part of my community for quite some time. Does a lot of farm sim. I get all sorts of people popping in. Must be a lucky day today, I think. I don't know. Everybody's in a good mood too. I've noticed that. Everyone that has come in seems to be in a really happy, energetic mood. Even myself, I feel very happy and energetic today. I'm really encouraged by that. So I'm glad we're like in sync, I guess. I think we're all like on the same wavelength today, which is great. I love it. Oh, you've been here the whole time? Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. We're having good conversations today. So I'm glad that everybody's coming out of the woodwork saying hello. Okay, let's get the... I don't know about this seagull thing. All right. Are we playing it? There we go. Yeah, I haven't crashed yet, which is amazing. It's not I don't think you can really crash that easily on this map. Except over by the shop. The shop gets me. I'm gonna be, if I can, I'm gonna delete some of the fencing over by the shop because it's a bit narrow. I have to watch out for that. And this thing here, it has no collisions on it. Some variations of the map, like in previous games, you could hit the power lines, but you can't do that on this map. But it's entirely up to, I think, the map developer. They can decide, well, I'll make this a collision, or I won't make that a collision. See, I just drove right through it. Oh. But I think the debate was on that. Like, because I played the map so much, I know that there were some people that said, we just don't want collisions on those power lines. So they got rid of it. I think it has to do with course play, I think. I recall. But anyways, that's a whole other story. There's those pigs again. They just started showing up since I started planting stuff. Shame on them. Yeah, I don't need any excuses. Oh, I just do it. That's just how it is. Oh, crikey. mine up here. Gonna turn that on and we'll hit go. No, wait. Okay, back in cab because the seagulls are a little loud. Never playing with the seagull mod, even though it's a great realism. Full credits to the modern. I'm going to have to. I think there's settings to adjust it. I might try playing with it later. It's interesting. I'm hoping it's not too loud. Is it like? I'm not sure if it's very loud coming through on the live stream. With my headset, it's like really loud. It's like having a seagull right against your brain. So hopefully it's not too loud, but I do like it. I think it's kind of neat that they've added that in. What I do want to add is the realistic Dusty mod. It's a bit loud. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. All right. We'll see you when you get back with your tea. I'm going to figure out how to adjust the seagull. I'm going to wait till I get to the end of the line. I think I could probably go into... Oops. I'm going to wait till I get to the end of my row, and then I'll just turn off the tractor. I will see if I can figure out how to reduce it a bit. Because there is some settings for that seagull mod. Let me just turn off my engines. I usually go into the controls section. Vehicles. Vehicles, vehicles, vehicles. Straw harvest. Yeah, I'm going to be doing straw harvest on this map. When I get a little richer. Auto drive, course play, GPS extension. Drop deck. EV, lumberjack, park vehicle. Precision farming, design kit. I thought that there was some... I'll have to watch them. I probably will have to watch a video. Because I think you can adjust it, if I remember. I'll figure it out later. Off stream, probably. Either that or it's a figment of my imagining. That has happened to me. Just turn this on. I'll figure it out. Okay. Yeah. I added it for some effect. The one mod that I do want to add is the Dusty Lands mod. I think they finally arrived to Farming Simulator 25, I think. Unless that's another figment of my imagination. I'm pretty sure it's around. Because I like that mod. I used it a lot in 22. It makes the dust go up quite a bit. So I probably will hunt that one down. Okay, I'm going to go in cab again because those seagulls are pretty loud. Keep on going there. But yeah, I'll do that. I'll figure out the seagulls another day. There's a right control and shift. But that... I got like 3 dots. I have a feeling that that's for I don't. Let me try it. Right. Here. And then keypad 0. Whoops. What happened there? Oh crap. Nope. I don't think I was supposed to hit that. I don't know what that combination does. Got that turned on. Oh, we should be fine now. The other thing too is I'm trying to figure out my stream deck a bit. I have downloaded like the Farm Sim guys profile options for the that one GPS. So I've got it installed. I just haven't gotten around to actually playing with it too much. So I'm probably going to try that at some point. BRB, it's dinner time for me here in Australia. Yep, for sure. Enjoy your dinner. Flip over here. And we'll go in cab. There we go. And then we're just going to blast this all out. Great. No. Yeah, I get, I like having a lot of southern hemisphere folks in here. I usually get like a lot of Australians in here. Also UK, the sim guys from the UK. I like my southern hemisphere people too for jumping in. I always get you guys around this time, which is fantastic. And New Zealand as well. Oh. With me being Canadian, I find that you guys are like my other brothers or whatever. I guess as the saying goes. Adds a bit more variety too. Here. This up. I got barley going in. I don't know what I'm going to do with my other field. I don't think I'll probably think about that on my next live stream. Probably have to think about it right now. I think I'm just going to go probably up here and then I'll just finish off this corner. That's the plan. I'll check the chat in a sec here. I'm going to just try to get this corner done. And Just to let you guys know what I'm probably going to do, this area over here, I honestly think I'm just going to cut this field out later with Terraform. I might put like a cow barn in this spot. I think it's kind of a weird part, so I think this would probably be better for like my farm expansion or something. I could probably put greenhouses here, barns or something. That way, what I can do is then I just have to start working over here. I don't have to work in this little area over here. So just sort of kind of mapping out what I might want to do. Just put this down. I'm gonna go forward. Okay. Those are the pigs again. I am not gonna crash, sir. Mind your tea and biscuits. Gosh. Yep, for sure. Paul Elkington. Have a good evening. And we'll catch you in the next one. It's been some good chatting. It's toast, actually. Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that because I was just thinking, do you have do you eat have tea and biscuits in the morning? Or do you do just straight tea? Right? I never really ever even think about that, right? So I guess it's toast. What do you put on the toast? Or do you just have plain toast? Do you put anything on it? Or sometimes you do and sometimes you don't? And do you dip it into the tea? I'm wondering about that. I really thought about that. See, when I have, we call them cookies, but, not to get things all confused. I usually like dipping, biscuits into my tea. So I don't know if you do that. I'll put that down. Oh, back in the cab. See. Oh, mid-morning. Butter and jam on the toast. Okay, yeah. I do that too. Do you dunk the butter jam toast into the coffee, or do you just have it on the side to munch on? Oh, you do that. Okay. That's interesting. I should try that out. I've never really thought about dunking. Like I do have like butter and jam on toast from time to time, but I've never really thought about, dunking it into my tea when I have it. Should try that out. Try something new. Oh, on the side. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, I've done that more commonly what I do. I'll have it on the side, then just sip my tea and then have a, bite into my toast. Sometimes I do peanut butter toast as well. I don't. You guys, do you do peanut butter? Always wondered if you do peanut butter as well, if that's a common thing. Peanut butter's not really talked about that much, but it's something that I enjoy. Love peanut butter. I don't like Nutella though. Yeah, definitely we'll have to do a joint stream. I agree with you on that one. Let me open that up. Go this way. Oh, I forgot to turn that on. Okay, back on there. Okay, so you do love peanut butter. So that's good. I'm not a Nutella fan at all. I know a lot of people like Nutella. I just don't touch it. I just not really a Nutella person. I don't even know if you guys have Nutella in the UK. It might be just simply a North American thing, but I know a lot of people here in North America just love it. Nutella, they just, oh, I love Nutella. No, we'll pass on the Nutella. Peanut butter and jam for me. Oh, you love Nutella on toast? Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I just do my peanut butter and jam. That's about it. Or butter on toast. That's about as far as I go. But yeah, I understand. A lot of people do love their Nutella. There's different flavors of Nutella, isn't there? Not sure if there's one flavor. Maybe if there is other flavors, maybe I just haven't found my proper flavor. That's a possibility too. Head back over here. I'm gonna just drop the deck here. Just scoot down to the other end. But that's something that I've never thought about, other flavors. I might have to research that. All I know is I tried one flavor. If there is multiple flavors, maybe there's just one. I just didn't go for me. But if there is other flavors, I might try it out. I'll have to look into it or research it or something. I could be missing out. All of that's doing great. We're just kicking off for the summer. For the most part, we're kind of just going into the summer motif here. So, which is nice. So we usually get the place set up. Make the deck a little bit more plant oriented. Usually put up umbrellas and stuff like that for more shade. We get our green thumbs going and we just start planting stuff. So that's sort of the spring focus, I guess, that we've got. Kind of spring summer focus, which works out great for us. You can do a lot more during the summer than what it is during the winter. So we usually get out more and do things and stuff like that, which works best for me. My lavender plants are almost ready to start getting ready for harvest. Our tomatoes this year are already in full spring. Last year we had crappy tomatoes. I think we got like 2. I don't know, maybe the plant wasn't healthy or something. But this year, for some reason, we've got some cherry tomatoes that are just, just popping. So, I don't know. We're having good luck with tomatoes this year. The chives are doing great as well. And then, like I said, the lavender survived the winter season because we didn't get that much of a snap of cold, which is good. Because or rain for that matter. We made sure that we kept the lavender, protected. But we have English lavender though, so I guess it's a little bit better, or can take a little bit of a soaking, not too much. So the lavender popped up again. It's growing. I think probably in the next 1 to 2 weeks I'll probably see some flowering happening, and then I'll probably harvest it. So I put usually dry out the lavender, and then I put it in like coffee and tea and stuff like that as a sweetener. So I'm gonna have my first harvest of lavender hopefully in the next 1 to 2 weeks. I just need a little bit more sun, but the last couple of days we had some rain, so it's cooled down, and so I think that kind of put a bit of a kibosh on the flowering. But if I get like 1 or 2 more weeks of sun coming our way, I think we'll probably see the lavender pot. So I have a feeling it's going to be a really good growing season, I think, for our garden. I'm optimistic compared to last year. Like I said, last year, tomatoes didn't do very good. And the plants, I don't know, just didn't look very healthy. So, but yeah, that's pretty much what's going on with us. How about yourself? Are you getting a green thumb, and how's family and work for you? I think I'm going to have enough seed. I'm at 37%. Might have to do one more refill. I got a little bit more, whatever you call it, seed in that copper. But the other field, I think I'm going to have to buy some seed. And this field, I'm not fertilizing. I'll probably buy fertilizer next year. I'm going to have a low yield, but that's okay. It's a large field. Go and grab that. Yeah. Oh, that's just... You just have to start getting back into doing it, right? But that's, take your time. Just... I take breaks too. I've been taking more breaks and stuff like that from doing live streams and stuff. Yeah, I took quite a bit of time off, I think, myself. So you just get busy with real life, really. And then you kind of forget about it. Tax season kept me quite busy. So I'm doing that. We're all doing taxes, right? And doing all of the stuff, figuring that all out. So that has kept me quite busy doing taxes. And then I think the challenging part is finding all the paperwork and stuff like that. On Discord? No, I haven't been in Discord today, I don't think. I'll have to look in there later. But I'll take a look after the live stream. Yeah, I haven't been on the PC for, I think, at least 2 weeks now, I think. Periodically jumping on here and there, right? But nothing tangible. Yesterday, I was going to do a live stream yesterday, but my computer, because I hadn't been on my computer for a while, seriously, I had to do so many updates. It was crazy. Oh, you posted an update. So I'll have to take a look. Pop that up. Oh, Eric sent me I got some messages I gotta catch up on. Eric sent me a image of his, oh my god, that looks delicious. I think he sent me like a roast beef meal. Making me hungry now. Where did you send the message? Was it in my I got distracted by a picture of food sent to me. Okay. Is it in my Discord? See where. Whitcomb Park yet? No, I haven't. Someone else was mentioning that map to me. I gotta scroll up. Was it Ranger Gaming, I think? Yeah, Ranger Gaming 0089 was talking about that earlier. And giving me the 411 on it all. Earlier in the live stream. I don't think he's with us at the moment. I think he got off. That was at like 3 hours ago, but he told me that he was talking about it. I haven't been on it though. Tag me in the post. Okay. Oh, that means it's a notification. I'll have to find that. Let me get my tractor turned around. That go. Hit the let's see what we can do. Where the heck do I find my notifications? There's usually a spot where it like pins something to you. Maybe it's on my phone. Turn my phone back on. Don't keep my phone on very often. People are like probably saying, "What do you mean you don't have your phone on? How do you survive without your phone?" I have a tendency of disconnecting from technology. Oh. And then I thought when I come back, everything is like chaotic because I'm so behind on alerts and stuff like that. So, which I have a tendency to do. So I just simply drop off the planet digitally anyways. Not many people can function without technology. I know that. But I have a tendency of doing that. I'll have to look for it later. As I got like so much stuff going bing, bing, bing. But yeah, someone, Ranger was talking about it at the beginning of my live stream. And he said it was like a UK map. I haven't looked at it myself. But he said it was a UK map. It has rye on it, linseed, and oil, coffee or something like that. A lot of small fields, though, is what he said, but very beautiful. As we had a bit of a discussion about it. Can use a lot of like small equipment, which I thought, well, that's kind of cool. And poppy, yeah, poppy. And you can make it into an oil, which I thought was interesting because I didn't know that. I don't know what you do with poppy, right? Other than arrange, you know, flower arrangements, or you put the seeds on your poppy muffin. That's about it. And two different variations of rye. I did not know that there was, like, all I knew was rye is rye, right? I did not know that there was two. There's like a green rye and another variant of rye. So I thought that was kind of cool. We lower that down and we'll head forward here. And he said it was a very beautiful map, is my gathering from it, with a lot of small fields. And I don't know if you would enjoy his play style, though, because he said he was going for more of a realistic play style with it. So meaning you got to do the manual hookups and stuff. You know how you get out of the tractor? You have to, like, hook the implements up and stuff like that. So he was talking about that too. So he wanted to do that for a challenge. And I was like, well, yeah, that's challenging, all right. Tip my hat to you. But I think that's a decent map for doing that sort of a challenge, I would think. Have you ever done, like, that much realistic? I don't usually do that much realistic stuff. I'm like mediocre realistic. Go over here. Go here. No, yeah. Like, I kind of thought you were going to say no, because I think you and I usually like, I don't know, the semi-realistic, and most of the time we usually do more cheaty kind of stuff. It's just like getting into the tractor and doing something, pretty much. Oh. It's interesting to watch other people try realistic. But me, not so much. Yeah, manual attach, I will not touch that. Not my thing. It's just a bit too involved. But I don't mind watching other people do it, but not for me. Oh crap, I forgot to turn the machine on. Let me back up. Back up quite a bit. Off we go. I'll be amazed if I can get the entire field done with the 27%. Not sure if I'm going to be able to do it, but find out. But I think my interest in, more super realistic is just watching other people enjoy the game, right? Or playing it. So, like, watching a YouTube video and watching someone else do that, because I find it just enjoyable. Just sitting back watching someone else do it. But for me to do it, I don't think I have the attention span to jump out of my tractor and then unplug a wire or a hydraulic hose and stuff like that. I just can't. My enjoyment is just getting into. Oh crap! I forgot to turn the heater on again. Getting a little distracted with my conversation. Good thing I'm not on the highway or something, because you know what would be happening? I'd probably be crashing. But I won't be crashing because I'm safe on a field. Okay, here we go. I got the cedar turned on. I'm getting pretty close to getting this finished here. I noticed the seagulls went away. I guess it only happens whenever you're doing certain tasks. In planting, I don't have any seagulls. Which is good, because a little loud. Okay. I'm gonna get that real dust mod, though. Because I do enjoy that one. Yep. Yep. Well, that's all you need to do. You just need to get me distracted. And poof. Especially with the talking and the yippee yappy, and then poof, next you know it, I've crashed into something. Okay. Lift up here. Okay, let's go here. There we go. But yeah, so that's my thoughts on super realistic. So enjoyable to watch other people do it, but not so much of a fan to do it myself. Do you know if we're getting any DLC coming pretty soon? The sim guy? For Farm Sim? Or do we have to wait till like the end of summer? I'm behind on my news, so. I don't think we've had a lot of so I know that they've got, at least they wanted to do another DLC release. Like, I think a map, and probably like which map, I don't know. But I'm thinking it's probably going to be like next, like after summer is over, I guess. So I don't know exactly what their plan is. I have no idea, mate. The farm comp coming up July, so I reckon that there might be then. Okay. So nothing so if they're going to do a major announcement then it's probably going to be fairly quiet over the summer. Hopefully they blow our socks off with whatever they come out. And do whatever it is, so. Peanuts. Is that as a mod, or is that going to be base game, like a DLC from Giant? Because I heard that there is a modder working on Peanuts, or there has been some like Peanut mods, but I'm kind of interested to know if Giants is going to do Peanut, because I think that would be great. Not sure. I guess I'm gonna have to do some research, I guess. I'm behind on my news. That's what happens, you know, you detach from technology. untangle or unplug. Fall behind on all the latest chit chat. Been around here. Woo. But I hope that it ends up being, to be honest, I think the game is getting boring. Needs some. Yes. Well, I agree with you on that. It's been too long of a stint. Whatever they're working on or whatever they're trying to do, hopefully they make it worth it, is what I think they need to do. My guess is what they're doing is they're just trying to fix stuff with the company itself, or trying to figure out what their game plan is. Because we know Project Motor Racing didn't go very well, and then the laying off of staff like Kermit and probably other people, right? So there's definitely a shakeup. So hopefully they, if they do need the time to get their act together, hopefully what I'm hoping is when they do come back in July, like you said, at that FarmCon, they say, okay, well, we know what we're doing. This is what we're doing. And we've gotten our shit together. Right? The other thing that I'm hoping for is that when they do the next DLC, they better come out with something that is exceptional. Because I think a lot of farm sim, if they come out with something like substandard map or something like that, or in July at FarmCon, like something substandard, people are going to be like, well, what have you been doing for the past, 6 months? Right? I have a feeling that whatever they come out with July at the FarmCon, it better be something big, because I have a feeling a lot of farm sim people are not going to be too happy. Right? I'm not sure if I'm making any sense on this. I think most people have the conception that, okay, well, if you need extra time to work on a project, people will be okay. But if the project comes out and it ends up being like subpar, I think people are going to be like, what the heck are you guys doing? Right? I think that's what my point is, I guess, on the matter. So I'll leave it at that, I guess. And some people will start reconsidering, what sort of games that they will want to prioritize, right? So, if they're doing a, organization realignment, with teams and stuff like that, I think they should probably explain to us what that is. And be a little bit more transparent. I mean, they don't have to, tell us what Susie and Sally are doing on their lunch breaks or anything like that. But, at least give us enough information to have an understanding what it is, because I think a lot of the farming simulator community, I don't know, they consider it almost like, even myself, a bit of an investment, right? And whenever you care about a particular game or title, or you're invested in it, you expect a certain degree of respect and maybe a bit of transparency or understanding, not keep us all in the dark, I guess. So hopefully we'll know more in July or something. All right, well we'll see you later, the Sim guy. Thanks for stopping in and having your breakfast with me. Right here. And have a fantastic day at work. Dump that down there. Here. Yep, for sure. I'll have to figure out my Discord. I got look into that. Haven't been in it for a bit. Oh, there's the seagulls again. Back again. But yeah, I think that's my thoughts on Farm Sim anyways. Go up here. Yeah, these seagulls, they like to fly all over the place. I have a feeling that they kind of, it's almost like a, they kind of follow. Weird. I don't know if they follow the tractor path or something. They're pretty loud, aren't they? Go over here. Get this all the way to the end here. But anyways, if anyone's new to watching me, I haven't mentioned it on the live stream, but be sure to hit the like button and subscribe and follow and all that good stuff. Definitely will help me out. Grow. Here. This field's almost done. And then I think probably the next stream I will be doing the other field. I will be doing a different crop. I'm at about 10% my fill. Might even have to fill the seeder a bit, maybe. I don't know. So. What? 3 more rows left? 4? Yeah. I'll have enough in the cedar, I think. I keep on saying I think whenever I see like a percentage drop. Like, I don't know how much I got left. Back up here. Drop this to the deck here. At 8%, so I might have to refill. It's hard to say. Welcome back, Rocket. How was your supper? What did you have to eat, by the way? Doot, 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 doot. Drop this to the ground here. I can't even remember what I had for supper. I wasn't really hungry today. Yeah, I didn't eat very much today, to tell you the truth. I had an egg salad standard. About it. Ooh, stir fry. That sounds good. Is that a noodle or rice stir fry? Or random vegetables. Stir fry can be anything. Mushroom, pepper. I have had rice and bits of chicken, but I really like stir fries with like green peppers, red peppers, and bits of steak in it, almost like a kebab and a onion. Those are usually the ones that I like the most. I'm not really big on mushrooms, though. Not really a mushroom fan. I've had turkey stir fries too. So you take like leftover turkey and stir fry it with other ingredients. I've done. But for some reason, like chunks of beef. Yeah, that's the best right there. It gets the mouth watering. Okay, what am I? Oh, I'm at 3%. Hopefully I can do this. Just drop that down. I think I can do it. I did it with one fill up. I'm at 3%. I think I can do it. 2%. Ooh, this is making me a little nervous here. 2%. Pick up. Just enough seed. That would be hilarious. I think I can do it. Yeah, I did it. 2% left. That's amazing. All right, you seagulls, you can be quiet now. Oh, they fly away when you try to drive through them. That's funny. Here. Is this field almost done? Still growing. Have to drive over here. Wash this down. I'll probably try to fill it up, I guess. I'm probably going to have to unfold and back up. See how I can't remember how I did it before. I think I reversed to it. Solid fertilizer. Oh. No, this is empty. What about the other one? Give me a sec. They both could be empty, technically. Unless I have to hit N again. Could be going and trying to access the fertilizer tank. Might have to try get maybe I have to go alongside it. There we go. Yeah, and that triggers fertilizer. Can I fold this up now? It's ready to go for next time. I don't have solid fertilizer at the moment. I'll probably hold off on getting that. Man, this tractor uses up a lot of gasoline. My gas reserves are going down. Wash this down. Okay. This was clean. This is going to be my last task here. Just going to put this away and probably going to call it a live stream at that point. And then my next live stream, I will be doing the other field. And probably another task. I don't know what that will be. So, and it'll probably be a different crop. And I'll probably have to buy a roller. Oops, I don't want to drive into that. Oop, a little bit of crop damage there. Yep, put that there. That tractor I could probably sell too. Keep that in mind. So we did sell the wheat, and then we bought this new truck and a new trailer. We're all set up there. And I'm sitting at about $152,000, I guess. We got also the planting done on one field. Barley. I'll have to do some more planting, I think, next episode, I guess. On the other field. It's a smaller field, so I imagine I will probably sleep trigger, and I'll probably be doing my canola and soybean, which is larger fields. I think that's what's going to happen this episode. But yeah, it's pretty late right now. It's like 1 a.m. I got a lot done. So I will catch you guys all in the next one. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me and checking out my live stream. I hope you guys have a fantastic day, evening, and weekend. Catch you guys in the next one. Take care.